Ça va focuser sur moi.
Voilà. En 3, 2, 1, et voilà. Un micro ouvert, la caméra focus sur une personne. Deux micros ouverts. Overview.
OK. Donc, les seuls deux settings qu'il faut, c'est ça puis ça.
Exactement.
Of technological innovation in a new urban working class.
By the mid-20th century, the textile industry had shifted and the mills closed.
I'm here. I think that'll be arriving at it'll be arriving at the networking break. Meeting. The thing is, it was one, you can only place it as one big order. So it'll be arriving at the network. Sorry.
Nah. Push the News from COVID.
What, do you want me to reach out to him?
Cool.
To Professor Madani? It'll be arriving during the night. But I'm asking for the water to come. I got one here. Yeah, I got you. Like this. The speaker is put on the screen. This button, and I have here. So Really? Great. I'll show you. And then if you turn it off, yeah, do the other side. Did you know from beginning? Wait.
What you've done is
Red means.
Red.
I don't think what you've done is that's working a lot on rather than something.
It's probably because he's turned around it. He fixed it.
Next time you go there, if like, you might have.
Before the meeting starts, I can introduce us and
Yeah.
All right.
No.
It's like, yeah, I can tell, I can tell. Pleasure be three. Oh, Josh, no problem. Come on, roll. Your worship.
We have to tell Saman that woman, Kim Holloway from the university, is not gonna be able to join us. Just, he's sitting right next to us, right? Just- Actually, maybe grab him from Rita's daughter.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, Kim Holloway. Came in the water.
I know. See the agenda.
She's here.
Yeah, she's perfect.
It's in this afternoon panel.
Yes, no,
Kim Holloway.
it's expired. We have, I sent it updated tomorrow morning. Yo, sorry, today morning. Okay, so in this, no, that's the counselor. We don't have cancer, we don't have.
Great,
We have
then
it,
it's
and
not a
it's
problem.
good. That's good then, because Julie is aware. It's an updated version. Okay, perfect.
Were they?
You can,
What if she wasn't?
yeah, right. You will, triple check then.
Yeah, liquids. Trying to get a drink.
Hello, everyone. How are we today? My name is William. I'm with the United Nations University.
Recording in progress.
Say it again. I need, this is an unofficial announcement, by the way. I just want to run everybody through how the microphones work. So in order to be focused on by the camera, you'll see in front of you, there's a microphone shared between two people. If you click the button on your side and the light turns red, then you will be put in focus. So I should be put in focus. I'm not sure why I'm not showing up there. Yes, so if someone else is the mic over here, that is also right. No, the one right there.
Giovanni?
Yep.
or
So it's
Camille?
ideal that only one mic at a time is red in order to prevent confusion on the Zoom. Oh, Yes, so as you can see now, I'm in focus. My mic is red.
I think we
Will provide us tremendous opportunity to be designated as the first front-runner city in the United States of America.
I think we've lost your audio unless it's just me.
I don't hear them too.
We will start momentarily.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, guests, and partners, and welcome to the global announcement of Lowell, Massachusetts as USA's first frontrunner city on urban transformation. It's my honor and privilege to be with you all today for this milestone celebration here at the United Nations' Palais des Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. My name is William Smythe, and I represent the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Anantha Krishnan, Secretary General of the Urban Economy Forum. With over 40 years of experience in international development, his career is focused on cities, sustainability, and social justice. He spent more than 15 years with UNEP and UN Habitat in Nairobi, working on youth empowerment, policy, advocacy, program management, and project implementation. In his current role, Mr. Krishnan advances the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at the city level and contributes to international and grassroots initiatives as a board member of several organizations in Norway and Mauritius. His previous leadership roles include serving as executive director of the Norwegian Forum for Environment and Development and working with the Anti-Racist Center and the Norwegian Consumer Council, while also collaborating closely with Norwegian ministries. Internationally, his work has ranged from introducing clean energy solutions for displaced populations in Nigeria to supporting peace building and reconstruction projects with the World Bank. He has also advised governments and UN agencies on issues such as urbanization, women's empowerment, youth employment, and housing markets in Africa and Asia. With professional and personal networks spanning Africa, the Caribbean, Scandinavia, and the UK, Mr. Krishnan brings a truly global perspective to his work. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Anantha Krishnan to moderate the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, William. It's a very unexpected and elaborate introduction. Thank you very much again. We don't have to take seriously whatever he has said. And, distinguished guests, His Worship, the Mayor of Lowell, colleagues and friends. Now, it's a true privilege to be here with you today at the UN offices in Geneva. Now you may ask, why Geneva? It's especially fitting that we gather here. Geneva has long been a city of dialogue and diplomacy. You'll hear that the League of Nations first took its root, and today it remains the central of the UN nations after New York. From this city, Geneva, the world has launched efforts to heal wounds of war, to build peace, advance prosperity, and to foster international cooperation. So we are going to declare Lowell as the first US frontrunner city here in Geneva, We are connecting the historic mission of global peace and development with a new mission of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient cities. Because let us remember, cities are not just engines of growth, they are engines of opportunity, dignity, and human capital. We meet here today full of challenges, a world full of challenges, also full of possibilities. Climate change, migration, inequality, the pressures of rapid technological change, they all affect cities everywhere. And yet, with these challenges also come extraordinary opportunities. Opportunities to reimagine how our cities function, how they can include people, how they sustain growth. When I was coming to the hotel, it's called in Switzerland, they call it, Swiss sustainability, they call it. Switzerland a sustainable country as well. And this is the spirit behind the Frontrunner Cities initiative as well. And we'll come back to it more because how city of Lowell is going to be a laboratory of innovation as well. And so I may not add more here because we have a lot of speakers who will be giving us introduction to and insight into how cities can be front runners, how cities can be sustainable, how cities can be at the forefront of development. So it requires the mindset of the world's fastest man, Usain Bolt, who once said, "I don't think limits." So like Bolt, forerunner cities, front-runner cities don't just keep pace. They sprint past expectations, inspiring others to aim together. So today, let us not only going to celebrate Lowell, also a city of history, a city of future. You'll hear me with more. So I will briefly, stop here to request Honorable Mayor of City of Lowell, his worship Daniel Rourke, to present his colleagues from his city. Daniel.
Thank you very much. We are honored to be here today. Beyond honored, I should say. What we have worked on over the past year now is a total transformation of our great city of Lowell. I'm joined here by many of my colleagues in government. I'm going to announce some of our employees for the city first, and then the councilors have a couple of words to say on behalf of Lowell being the first front runner in the city in the United States. So I'll just start off our city manager, Tom Golden. We have our DPD director, Giovanni Baez-Rose. We have the assistant DPD director, Camilo Esperada. We have our CFO, Connor Baldwin. Thank you all for being here today. It's very important that we have a strong showing. The commitment of this city council has been 100% from the start, and we are just very happy to be here. Now, if I could please go to the council for, they want to say a couple of brief remarks. I'm going to start with Councilor Corey Robinson.
Thank you all. My name's Corey Robinson. I'm a councilor in one of the districts in the city of Lowell. I'd first like to say thank you very much for the opportunity, all of us. Again, I think some of the key points that were mentioned earlier, this is about not thinking limits, and it's about human capital. Two very important things that all communities share. And I think with a shared partnership with a common goal, we'll get to where we want to be and then some. So thank you for the opportunity, and it's my honor to be in attendance. Thank you.
We have City Councilor John Dakota. Councilor Dakota.
Middle, got it. All right. My name's John Dakota. I am the city councilor in District 8, which is the Upper Highlands in the city of Lowell, Massachusetts. It is my distinct honor to be in such a majestic building on this momentous day for the city of Lowell. And with the amount of people that are representing our city shows our strong unity with the Front City program. And I thank you very much for inviting us.
Up next, we have City Councilor Kim Scott. Councilor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. So polite. My name is Kim Scott. I'm a city councilor for District 5 in our city, South Lowell and Sacred Heart neighborhood. I'm delighted to be here for this initiative, working on sustainable initiatives for our city, bringing what we can forward for our residents. Thank you.
Next, we have City Councilor Paul Ratayam. Councilor.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It is my highest honor and privilege to represent my District 7. District 7 is considered as minority majority. We have numbers of immigrants from many parts of the country, including myself, who immigrated to America 50 years ago from Cambodia. So I'm representing them. My district, for me, would be creating more affordable housing and sustainability to support our community and our city of Lowell. And I'm looking forward to work with the UN to develop this strategy, make it into reality for our first city in the United States, Lowell, Massachusetts. Thank you.
And next up, we have a former mayor, and actually he is the first elected Cambodian mayor in the history of the United States. City Councilor Sakari Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you took half my speech away. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be among esteemed leaders and guests this afternoon. My name is Sakari Chow. My family and I arrived in the city of Lowell in 1985. 35 years later, I became mayor of the great city of Lowell. And as the mayor just mentioned, I was the first Cambodian American mayor in the country. Lowell has been a welcoming place filled with diversity, culture, and arts. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here and work with the UEF to help develop Lowell as the first front-runner city in the entire country as well. The UN SDG has the same goals and aspirations as Lowell. The city council, administration, stakeholders, and residents have much to look forward to building the goals, as many councillors will mention. I want to emphasize the importance of preserving our proud Lowell history, from the days of the mills factories to the Industrial Revolution. To Lowell is many culture. We welcome everyone, making Lowell as a vibrant and robust melting pot. The many cultural festivals, from the Lowell Folk Festival, Southeast Asian Water Festival, Greek Festival, Puerto Rican Festival, and many other cultural events, as well as the live performance arts, music, summer series, and fine arts and murals, make our city a rich and cultural place to live, work, and play. I believe it's celebrating the arts and culture, which is the tie that binds our diverse communities together. Thank you all for being here today.
And the last councilor here in attendance with us this afternoon is someone that can give a complete perspective. She has been a city councilor. She has been the mayor of the city of Lowell, and she is serving her 30th year as serving as a city councilor. She's going to speak, and she'll also be introducing our video that we put together a couple weeks ago. City Councilor Rita Mercier. Councilor.
Thank you. Bonjour, mes amis. Je m'appelle Rita Mercier. My name is Rita Mercier, and hello to each and every one of you. I am honored to be here representing our great city, and I know you'll find that hard to believe, but I've been doing it for 30 years, considering I'm only 40 years old, but that's okay. That's okay. But Lowell is, as some of my colleagues said, very rich in diversity, and we respect our seniors in many ways. And Lowell is such a unique place, the home of the American Revolution, but it's a place where you can go to preschool to college and not even leave the city of Lowell. And when I introduce the video, you will see many people that'll reiterate all the things that we have said. We're a sustainable city. We have many innovative ideas. We didn't come here by chance. We have worked very hard to sustain our city and make it a vibrant place for people to live and come from all over the world to our city. I'm so grateful for that. And that's what the United Nations represents. And I know I don't have much time, but since Paul, the former mayor, said a lot of words, I want to say one thing very important. When you come to the United Nations in Geneva and you see that beautiful chair out there, and it signifies that it isn't perfect. The memory that I have as an 8th grade student graduating from my school, we took a field trip to the United Nations in New York City. And when we looked at this beautiful tapestry on the wall, our tour guide said, "Is that not the most beautiful tapestry you ever seen?" We were mesmerized by it. She said, "Do you see a mistake?" We couldn't see a mistake. She pointed out right there, it's a stitch out of place. They did that by chance because they wanted to prove that nobody is perfect. Only God, our creator, is perfect. Thank you for letting me say that. Thank you to the United Nations, UEF. We're so very grateful. I could almost cry, but thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. It's enough.
Lastly, up next, and he will introduce our video, is our city manager, Tom Golden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here, and I want to thank each and every one of us, each one of you, for being for hosting us. So many of our friends, and I say friends, we've had the opportunity to travel to Canada, and now we're here in the United Nations. This is truly a remarkable opportunity for a city that just will never, ever give up. I think what you'll see today is you'll see councilors, you'll see the leaders of Lowell, with the mayor, as well as all of the city councils that are here, leaders of Lowell that will continue to say yes. There's always a discussion about how do we get to yes. We don't say no. We look for opportunity. We look for growth. We look to explore this opportunity that we've been given. And we are so grateful to each and every one of you. We take this as a team approach, as we take every single Tuesday night when we're in session. How can we make the lives of everyone in the city of 115,000 people better? We don't only just look at the city of Lowell, but we look at the greater Lowell community. And after this, we'll be looking at the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the United States of America. We're looking to learn, to possibly fail. But when we fail, we know enough to get back up and learn from some of the finest people I've ever had an opportunity to meet. This truly has been extraordinary. Extraordinary is the word. The explosive opportunity that our city has because of you fine people is something that is absolutely going to be second to none. We promise to continue to work hard. We promise to, as I had stated earlier, fail. And when we fail, we'll get back up and we'll get to that yes. We'll get to making it happen. We truly want to be the city that the world turns to say that if it can happen in the city of Lowell, which it will, it can happen anywhere throughout the world. So at this time, I want to say thank you very much once again to our hosts for having us here. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to the council and to the executive team that has been here. They're doing a fabulous job, and would like to present this video if we can cue it up. So thank you all very much.
We are so thrilled by this tremendous opportunity to be designated as the first front-runner city in the United States of America by the Urban Economy Forum.
Lowell has always been on the forefront of urban innovation. In the 1820s, a group of visionaries saw the opportunity to establish what would
Just a small technical difficulty.
We are so thrilled to provide this tremendous opportunity to be designated as the first front-runner city in the United States of America by the Urban Economy Forum.
Lowell has always been on the forefront of urban innovation. In the 1820s, a group of visionaries saw the opportunity to establish what would become America's first great industrial city. Harnessing the power of the Merrimack River positioned Lowell as one of the first cities in the world to experience the economic development of the Industrial Revolution. Lowell's success catapulted the city onto the global stage. The river and the canals powered the mills, and the mills gave rise to a center of technological innovation and a new urban working class.
By the mid-20th century, the textile industry had shifted and the mills closed. The jobs vanished. It was time to adapt, and that's what Lowell did.
The mills that once put Lowell on the global stage have been restored to multi-use complexes, including housing, commerce, and industry.
What started as an opportunity for investors and engineers turned into opportunities for thousands of people seeking a better life.
We have forward-thinking leadership in place with an administrative team and a group of elected officials committed to transforming our city. We are ready to the next transformation, one rooted in innovation, technology, and sustainability.
The first waves of immigration into Lowell were largely European: Irish, Greek, Portuguese, Polish, German, Italian, Lithuanian, to name a few. Soon, opportunity drew people from around the world.
In the 1950s, Lowell experienced a wave of immigration from Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and other Caribbean nations. In more recent years, many people have relocated to Lowell from Ecuador, Venezuela, Guatemala, Colombia, and other Central American nations.
Lowell is home to many people from Kenya, Ghana, Sudan, Somalia, and many African nations. There's a strong community brought together by the African Community Center, one of our nonprofit partners in Lowell. Lowell residents represent every corner of the globe, including the Middle East and Arabic nations. Lowell High School is proud to recognize that over 70 different languages are spoken in classrooms.
In the 1980s, many Cambodian immigrants relocated to Lowell and found tremendous opportunity here. Over the years, the community has expanded and is now the second largest Cambodian community in the United States. As a former mayor of Lowell, I am proud and honored to be recognized as the very first Cambodian American mayor in the United States.
Each group brought skills, traditions, and tenacity. Each group contributed to the success of the city by raising families, building businesses, and sharing their culture.
Lowell insists in making sure that they're supporting people. It means a sense of belonging. It means that you can actually establish roots. It means that you can grow for many generations to come. It means a sense of community.
Hundreds of artists and musicians call Lowell home and produce everything from paintings, sculptures, new compositions, and music of every genre. Lowell is known as the city of festivals, with over 30 cultural festivals hosted throughout the year.
We are very excited about our new teen center, made possible only through the power of partnerships.
It takes a whole city, and we're proud to be a part of it. And we're sending club love from Lowell all the way to the United Nations.
Our vision is to end generational poverty, and we're building the workforce of the future together.
With the UN Frontrunner status, we could develop more of the much needed affordable housing here in Lowell and continue to empower residents in making their own lives better.
I am most grateful for the opportunity to partner with UEF, the World Urban Pavilion, and the United Nations. For our city to be given Frontrunner city status will be a tremendous boost to help achieve our goals for the betterment of our residents in the city of Lowell.
Our team stand ready and welcome any lending hand from the international community, anything that you have to offer. And I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Lowell continues to provide opportunity for people wanting to create a better life for themselves, their families, and generations to come.
I grew up in this city, so I hold it near and dear to my heart. Lowell always has stepped in to being the first. And I know that that's gonna grow with the Frontrunner city. It's amazing the opportunities that that's gonna bring back to the community that I truly love.
Looking forward, Lowell is once again ready to lead.
this time as a global center of innovation, collaboration, and opportunity.
We are ready to get to work. We are ready to transform our great city.
Achieving this goal requires coordinated team effort, community support, and most importantly, financial resources.
As the mayor of the great city of Lowell, thank you. Our history has taught us progress happens when the right people come together. This is the power of partnership here in Lowell.
Hi, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Lori Trahan. I am so excited to join you virtually for this celebration. This honor, led by the Urban Economy Forum, is a true milestone for our community. It shows the world what so many of us have long known, that Lowell is a city of innovation, resilience, and promise. Of course, this designation is not just a title. It's a commitment to action. It reflects the work that's already underway here in the Mill City to build an economy that is strong, sustainable, and driven by the creativity of the people who call our community home. It also signals that Lowell is ready to be a model, not just for other cities across Massachusetts, but for communities all across the globe that want to chart a better path forward. I'm especially proud of the partnerships that are forming through this initiative, from City Hall to UMass Lowell, from grassroots organizations to business leaders. The Frontrunner City model is bringing people together to tackle challenges and unlock opportunities in a way that ensures no one is left behind. That spirit of collaboration is at the heart of who we are as a community, and it's why this recognition is so well deserved. As someone who was born and raised here in Lowell and who now has the privilege of representing this community in the United States Congress, I can't tell you how proud I am to see our city leading the way. I am deeply grateful to the Urban Economy Forum for shining a global spotlight on Lowell's progress and for choosing our city to help pioneer this transformative initiative. Congratulations to everyone involved in making this possible. I can't wait to see all that we achieve together as Lowell steps into this exciting new chapter.
So once again, I just want to thank everybody that has been involved in this partnership over almost the past year now, ever since attending the UEF 6. Looking forward to attending UEF 7 very soon in October. But you just saw a quick background and history of the great city of Lowell. You've heard from some of our councilors, you've heard from our city manager. You now know what we are all about, what we hope to be in the future, and what we are now. I'd like to, Dr. Christian, pass it back to you, but not before, once again, thanking you and Reza and the members of the United Nations and UEF. You are going to help us transform Lowell. You're going to help us bring Lowell into the next 2 centuries, not just one. So we are more than honored to be here today, and we welcome the assistance, the partnerships, and look forward to just a wonderful next number of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Daniel Rourke, and his colleagues who presented how the city of Lowell actually is a kind of UN consisting of various nationalities in one city. That is amazing that we are here to express that kind of recognition that way. The last video message you saw was by Lori Trahan she's a congresswoman of Massachusetts 3rd District. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is none other than Mr. Reza Purwaziri, who is the founder of Urban Economy Forum. He's a great thinker, architect, and his long-standing partnership with UN Habitat includes significant contributions to World Cities Report and a number of other events, not the least the World Urban Forum that's held every year. He's an influential speaker and program designer. Reza has launched the groundbreaking initiatives, including the current Frontrunner program. I leave the word to Mr. Reza Purwaziri. Here you are.
Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome. I'm super excited to be here with you, with mayor, city manager, councilor, other colleagues. And I really appreciate all my colleagues in Urban Economy Forum. And I really appreciate UN University Institute of Water, Health and Environment. I really appreciate Professor Kaveh Madani, Director of Institute, and Dear Sogol, and other colleagues, Rohit, and other colleagues. I'm not able to summarize. It's really important momentum. And last night I said this is part of history of urbanization, because this is urban transformation benchmark globally. And we believe Lowell have this capacity through lots of discussion, conversation. I believe Lowell is first front runner on urban transformation. I'm really happy to start this global announcement here in United Nations, Geneva. We recognize the United States as a land of opportunities. And this is a huge opportunity and we respect as a pioneer regarding democracy, regarding human rights, fighting for this. We recognize this is really important kind of movement that we can start together in a city of Lowell, a city that industrial revolution in the United States start, and now this is kind of another revolution. We need to change. We need to transform many things. We did lots of mistakes, and still we are doing mistake, failure practices. And we need to learn, we need to change, we need to start the change. And I really appreciate you for such a brave starting point, not only for Lowell citizens, it's for Lowell citizens, it's your city, now is my city. I really, really believe this is a starting point and turning point for United States, other cities. We need to learn, we need to change. And then for the North America, for America, and for the globe. Talking about sustainable development is not just a kind of slogan, is not just a show talk. It's really fundamental aspect, it's really fundamental approach that we need to do practice. And I'm really happy this initiative is not only theory, is not show talk, it's bridging gap between theory and implementation. I'm really happy we have Councillor Chen from University of UMass. We really respect this kind of partnership, as our initiative, global initiative, have already theoretical component. We already engage with UN University, with Harvard University, with MIT. MIT is really interested. Oxford, University of Oxford, really interested to join. They are already engaged. And I'm sure many different universities, not only from global north, from global south, is really recognize this initiative. And the importance of establishment of academic chair for urban transformation in the University of Massachusetts, Lowell, is really important to encourage all the cities around the world send their representative to learn how we are starting this game. It's really exciting journey, but it's really sensitive. We need to be very careful and accurate to talk about some things doable, even small, but doable. We need to appreciate trust of Lowell citizens and working and creating global cohesion. We need support of entire world. It's a great momentum to start urban transformation. That's why I believe this is kind of part of history of urban development. I think we involve some international organization so far. I appreciate Elizabeth Welper president of ISOCARP, International Association of Planners, here with us. And I really appreciate all the people working with us and supporting us, endorsing us. This is one global announcement, but it's part of a series of announcements that we will have in different locations to engage more and more and more, because we are doing some things extraordinary for the globe. We will start together, very close together from Lowell. We expand, and we hope to expand to the globe. I really appreciate your support, and we need to create kind of global solidarity to do some things important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reza, for emphasizing the global-local connections, because both are linked together. What is thought globally can be done locally and vice versa. And it has a long history from Agenda 21, local Agenda 21, to the SDG Sustainable Development Goals that SDG 11 that we're working for. Thank you very much again for reminding us of this. So next we have is our worship Mayor Daniel Rourke, who is the current mayor of Lowell and the City Council Representative District 1 of Pachuquel area. He began serving as City Council in 2013, and he served as Vice Mayor in 2016. And he has been working closely on issues such as public safety, neighborhood services, elections, and substance abuse. And he has also been in the district court working as the city's program for urban transformation as well. And along with his professional accomplishments, his worship mayor has a lifelong residency in the city. Yeah, and he's also very he has a very closely knit family and children, and he enjoys favorite pastime is coaching city's young people. You're actually been both encouraging youth basketball and softball and football. So with no further, let me then present the floor to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian. Before I give, I have a wonderful presentation to give. We have online with us, and we announced her earlier, but our Chancellor of UMass Lowell, Julie Chen, is online. And when the UEF the pavilion came to Lowell last month, we visited the university. They are a central part of the city of Lowell, of what we are doing, what we hope to do in the future. They have an exciting new project that is upcoming, again, with more development, innovation. We're talking with STEM and defense and all those type of AI services that are coming fast and furious, not only to the United States but to the world. But I'd like just to take a moment to have Chancellor Julie Chen address the UN and us here today to speak about the partnerships that we have here within the city of Lowell, but what the UMass Lowell does for the city and what they hope to do in the future. So if we could, Cameron, go to Chancellor Chen, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Rourke. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So it's a pleasure to join you, at least virtually, for this wonderful announcement about Lowell becoming the first front-runner city for urban transformation. I think a lot of the comments that we've heard from the previous speakers, thank you, Chair Pourvaziri, to reiterate sort of the importance of this being a local global effort. And the University of Massachusetts Lowell is proud to partner with our colleagues and friends, the leaders of the city, in helping to make Lowell that representative model for the world in terms of how we can transform a city, looking at the people and making it a sustainable and economically viable opportunity for all of our citizens. Just very briefly, the University of Massachusetts Lowell is a Carnegie Research One public university in the top 7% of all four-year colleges and universities in the US. We are very proud that we have a ASHI Stars Platinum rating. That is the top in the world. There are only 15 universities globally that have achieved this platinum status for sustainability. And I believe that that merges well with the UN SDG goals as one of the things that we believe we can help bring to the table. More importantly, I think a lot of what we've talked about is the ability to have Lowell be that living lab, that pilot, that example for the world. And as a university that focuses very much on applied research and working with companies, we're very proud to be partnering with the city in understanding better as we move forward the things that work and the things that don't. As Councilor Mercier said, right, there will be flaws in what we design, and it's important to continue to study and understand what those flaws are, as well as what are the successes that help make this a best practice that can be shared across the world. I'll close by just saying very briefly, specifically, we are very excited about being part of this university concept. It meshes well with the things we are doing with, as the mayor said, LINK, the Lowell Innovation Network Corridor. This idea of having live, work, play, and we like to add learn into that mix. Having that be part of us working together very closely. We're also very interested in creating and working with the UEF on things like the city anthro ecosystem space and the global chair of anthro ecosystem. These are all things that we believe create an opportunity for us all to learn together and really expand the activity that we're doing in bringing companies to the city, in ensuring that we have the culture and the sustainability that's all part of that. So it's really our great pleasure to be part of this effort of the city of Lowell being that first front runner city, and for this to be such a great partnership that we have always enjoyed with the city leaders, the council, as well as national and international efforts. Thank you very much, and look forward to working closely with all of you.
Thank you, Chancellor Chen. It is my great honor and pleasure to be here today to discuss Lowell, the first United States front-runner city on urban transformation. This global announcement here in Geneva talks about our past, our present, and what hopes to be our future. We do have a slideshow to present. Cameron, ready to go? Excellent. Thank you very much. What began as the invitation to participate in UEF 6 in Toronto has evolved over time to an incredibly exciting opportunity for the city of Lowell. We are a community that knows how to adapt and change, and I hope you'll get a sense of who we are and how we as a community with deep industrial and historic roots are ready to engage and eager for our next transformation. Water has always played a central role in the formation and evolution of cities. In Lowell, this could not be more true. Lowell's indigenous Pedagogue people, specifically the Pawtucket and Wamastic groups, lived and thrived along the shores of the Merrimack and Concord rivers. When colonial settlers came to Lowell, they too recognized the importance of the city's rivers. Capitalizing on the power of water, the industrialists used the Merrimack River and man-made canals to shape our current urban layout. The water they harnessed powered our mills and industries and transformed Lowell into the most important industrial center in North America during the 19th century. Lowell is a community rich in history and a community where being on the cutting edge of innovation is in our DNA. The 1800s saw Lowell thrive through its textile industry. Machines were designed and patented specifically for Lowell, a hub of innovation and technology. The city has become a global destination for both people and businesses. Lowell's population has been shaped by successive waves of immigration. First from Europe, especially Ireland, which I'm very happy that did happen. Later, from Latin America and the Cambodian community, now the world's second largest Khmer population in the United States. More recently, newcomers from Brazil, Africa, and the Middle East. Rather than a simple collection of cultures, Lowell represents a unique interweaving of identities that gives the city its character. As the textile industry declined, Lowell repurposed and revitalized our mills. Economic shifts were met with agility and also vision. The city continued to attract and retain people, growing in diversity and in capacity. Like many post-industrial cities, Lowell faced significant challenges. In the 1950s and 60s, urban renewal efforts led to the loss of some buildings, streets, and neighborhood sections. In an effort to clear blight, important historic structures were destroyed and communities displaced. But we learned from those experiences. In 1978, through an act of Congress, the Lowell National Historical Park was established. It preserved critical historic structures. It provided opportunities to transition from our industrial past to new commercial and housing developments. Instead of waiting for new manufacturing jobs to return, Lowell pivoted and recognized an opportunity to create housing in these former industrial buildings, not only expanding housing opportunities for locals, but preserving them for historic buildings. Today, 98% of our mill buildings in the city of Lowell have been rehabilitated. Sorry. Next slide. Lowell has experience with innovation and reuse. The creation of the national park has had a significant impact on downtown Lowell, but we have great examples of transformative development all across our city. Leading with the Wang Laboratories from 1976 to the 1990s, a pioneering in computing. A global HR company, UKG, now headquartered here in Lowell. Telemarketing Group, a former pasta factory, now serves as one of the largest data centers in the region. These examples show Lowell's ongoing capacity for re-intervention driven by community leadership and strategic investment. Today, Lowell attracts important partners and large employers, starting with the University of Massachusetts at Lowell, employing roughly 5,000 people and a student enrollment of roughly 17,000 students. The university currently has an $800 million project underway to bring development, jobs, and new housing to Lowell. Middlesex Community College is a strong community college providing free education opportunities for eligible residents. We have a strong nonprofit network that creates housing, provides jobs training, youth programming, and etc. We have a hospital with 2 campuses here in Lowell, employing almost 4,000 people. And we are close and much more affordable than Boston. We are an important East Coast regional corridor, given our proximity to New York City, DC, and also Canada. Lowell is a front-runner city, but before our formal recognition, we were already working to incorporate many of these important values into our community. We are excited that our partnership with the Urban Economy Forum will allow the global stage to be introduced to the city of Lowell. We are ready to make positive change for our city and have committed to this transformation. Our master plan, Lowell Forward, is focused on social equality, environmental resiliency, and economic development. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the plan centers the community's voice as a guiding force in shaping a sustainable and inclusive Lowell. The city is already making strides towards the creation of new and different housing typologies. We are working to address inadequate infrastructure, and we will continue to prioritize investment that will improve the quality of life for all our residents. The city is not just talking about this work. We are investing our funding in the creation of new housing. We are making zoning and regulatory changes to improve development opportunities. We are creating a safer, more accessible streets. We are investing in the health and welfare of our most vulnerable citizens. And we are doing this work because we know the benefit it will have, not just for them, but for our entire community. Lowell's urban vision to become an innovative, not just livable, green city that bridges its rich past with a bold and inclusive future must include core transformation values. Lowell residents, elected officials, and municipal employees are committed to seeing our community grow and advance. We have the capacity to do this work and to transform our community. Everyone is clear that we need participation at all levels to make this a reality. Social and economic justice. Urban transformation does not need results in displacement. It can be done in ways to improve people's lives. In order for that to be reality, equity must be at the center of planning and decision-making. We want to see Lowell significantly transformed. We want to ensure our residents that they can stay here, and when that happens, we will continue to welcome new residents as well. The city already recognizes the significant contribution our immigrant communities have had made in this city. Today, 90% of the businesses directly supported by the city of Lowell are minority and women-owned businesses. We know their success, we know that what they do, and we know it equals our community success. Environmental stability and economic resilience. Economic and environmental sustainability and resilience are key to any urban transformation. If Lowell is to be a global example of urban transformation, it must plan for climate change and realities of how extreme weather events and global pandemics can impact the lives of our residents. How can we continue to be bold, to build, and to grow, and to do so without putting our residents and our industries at risk? Innovation and technology equality. What new technologies exist that we can utilize to locally help inform decision-making, create transparency, and how we can ensure that our residents have adequate access to technology to enhance their quality of life. A very participatory governance. The city recently completed a comprehensive master plan, Lowell Forward. It is our guiding document. This plan was created through significant community participation. This is a plan created by Lowell residents. They have told us what they want for their community. We are working on tracking the goals established in this plan and creating a mechanism to inform the community about the plan's progress. We believe in order for residents to buy into transformative change, transparent at all levels is critical. Lowell is very rich and culturally diverse community. Transformation in Lowell must recognize our unique and special community assets and work to help embrace them. We cannot be successful in Lowell if we lose our cultural identity. Lowell is deeply committed to our historic and national assets. The city has worked hard to preserve these assets. At this time, we are eager to consider ways to celebrate these assets while advancing transformational change for the city. We seek ways to transform Lowell to serve our residents. We know it requires creative ideas for interconnectivity, mobility, housing types, and how our historical and natural assets can coexist with a vibrant urban center. With this UEF partnership, through the Frontrunner City designation, we will maintain the city's historical momentum of transformation. This time, with the vision of becoming a hub for innovation, not only for Lowell, not only for our state, not only for New England, but for the country of the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Rourke, for emphasizing that your city is a city that leads by examples. And to see that how economy, ecology, and equity go together, along with the whole idea of equality and equity, as well as to see how they are linked to make Lowell as a shining example globally from the local stage. Thanks once again. And now we have the next speaker, who is Sogol Jafarzadeh, if I pronounce it correctly. And Jafarzadeh, she is an environmental scientist with over about 15 years of experience in environmental policy, inclusive governance. And you worked a lot when it comes to water supply, water, as well as climate change, with a focus on gender and equity, which is, I think, a part of the whole idea of leading by example. Yeah. And I also see that you have been a government relations coordinator and gender capacity building focal point for Africa for the UN University. And you engage in the UN system, as well as to see how you are collaborating on the issue of water sanitation, healthcare, climate change together with adding the gender as an important component of achieving this, yeah? And you are a member of the Women in Water Diplomacy Network. That's quite fascinating indeed. And you are in the process support team. You are based in Zimbabwe, Harare. So I must say, Tigamuchie means welcome. You are.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Your Worship, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It is a great honor on behalf of United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health to join you today at the Palais des Nations for this important milestone. The official global announcement of Lowell as the first United States frontrunner city for urban transformation. Allow me to commend the City of Lowell, the Urban Economy Forum, the World Urban Pavilion, and UN Habitat for their vision and commitment. It's a true pleasure to be here today as part of this inspiring initiative and to hear all your statements. I also wish to extend special appreciation to the Government of Canada, our host country, for its leadership in advancing global sustainability and its steadfast support of international cooperation in implementing the new urban agenda. Today, we are not only recognizing a city, we are celebrating a model of how local leadership, international collaboration, and community engagement can come together to shape a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient urban future. At UNU-INWE, this initiative resonates strongly with our mission to generate actionable knowledge that strengthens resilience in a changing environment. Urban transformation rooted in sustainability and equity is ultimately about ensuring access to the most fundamental elements of life: clean water, safe housing, inclusive governance, and climate-smart infrastructure. These priorities are at the very heart of Sustainable Development Goals and the new urban agenda. Lowell's commitment shows us how cities can be reimagined by embracing innovation, whether through digital governance, green infrastructure, or inclusive design, proving that climate action and economic opportunity can advance together. This moment also reminds us that cities are where global challenges converge: rapid urbanization, climate risks, and inequality. But they are also where solutions are forged, as we saw today in the examples presented in your beautiful video. Cities are engines of innovation, science and community action, and initiatives such as this create opportunities to test, scale, and share solutions that can be replicated across regions and continents. UNU-INWE is proud to be headquartered in Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada's first frontrunner city, recognized for its leadership in sustainability transformation and innovation. We work closely with the mayor and the city, providing technical assistance and advisory support, and partnering on joint events and public panel discussions focused on awareness raising and capacity building of sustainability-related topics. We hope to be able to do the same with your wonderful city as well. We see in Lowell a powerful demonstration of what is possible when vision is matched with action when communities are empowered to be co-creators of their own future. We also see great potential for exchange and city-to-city learning between these two wonderful cities. It is also fitting that we gather in Geneva, a city known worldwide as a champion of sustainability. From renewable energy and green mobility to inclusive governance and international cooperation, Geneva stands as a living example of how cities can lead in advancing transformative action. With so many multilateral institutions based here, Geneva also serves as a hub where local innovation and global dialogue converge to shape a more sustainable future. Let me conclude by emphasizing that the transformation we celebrate today is not only local or national, it is of global significance, as it was mentioned by UEF's chair previously. Lowell's journey will inspire cities around the world to rethink their pathways towards sustainability, inclusivity, and resilience. On behalf of UNU INWE and our director, Professor Kaveh Madani, who has joined us now online, I warmly congratulate the city of Lowell and all partners on this remarkable achievement. We look forward to working together to ensure that the lessons learned here inform global patience and that the promise of sustainable urban futures is realized for all. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Salvo, for your very, very inspiring words, saying that, pathways are important, and to see that, we can, the Lowell can be a kind of a compass in finding pathways to sustainability, which I think is important that you've emphasized and the role of gender in this context as well. Thank you very much and being collaborating with us. And this is not just a collaboration one time, it's a long time collaboration that we can have to bear fruits globally as well as locally. Thanks once again. I hope that everything is okay with those participating virtually. Virtuality is a reality now. And so I hope that we have speakers as well as participants with us virtually. And the technical difficulties always have been sorted out more or less now. And then may I then request the next speaker, who is Diffed Aubrey. He's the chief of the UN Habitat Office in Europe. And he has been a long, what shall I say, UN staff member of UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi for many years. And he has been instrumental, or he launched the SDG Cities Initiative with the support of 100 Cities Initiative, which I think is quite a remarkable achievement that he has had in Habitat. So, and he's also has been regional office in African Arab states. I think he was in Egypt for a while. And he has previously worked with civil society organizations in countries such as Sri Lanka, Kenya, Kosovo. And he's also an architect of the future. Thanks again, Diffed, it's your word.
Thanks very much, Krishna. I hope you can hear me okay. And it's a real honor. You can hear me? Okay. So, Honorable Mayor David Rourke, Mr. Thomas Golden, City Manager of Lowell, and Mr. Reza Purvaziri, my good friend, and my friends Krishnan and others at Urban Economy Forum, and our colleagues at the UN University, and distinguished guests. It's a real honor to be here, actually, recognizing the first frontrunner city of the US, and it's an incredible moment, and I'm very sorry that I could not be with you in person. It's just I have to be traveling somewhere later today, and I couldn't make it, but it's a real honor. And as Krishna was saying in my introduction before, started heading up our office here for Europe in Brussels, we launched the SDG Cities Initiative in UN Habitat that aims to support 1,000 cities to advance their journey towards sustainability. And it's a global initiative. And even though UN Habitat's focus is usually what we call the global South developing countries, we're also working globally. And what we found in several small to medium-sized industrial cities in the global north, many of them were in decline. And it seemed to be a real make or break moment for many cities the last couple of decades. And we saw some of them really declining. We saw so many beautiful industrial buildings from the 19th century boarded up and becoming derelict, and these cities that used to be vibrant becoming dormitory cities for other cities. And this could have been Lowell's story. You could have boarded up those beautiful industrial buildings and become a dormitory city for Boston, leveraging the fact that housing is cheaper there. But no, you've gone the other way, and you've created a city that has a real vibrancy, a real heart, and incredible sort of inclusive place to be. I'd love to visit it. I've not visited, but I've read with interest your story. And when I tried to understand, okay, UN Habitat, we love to see what lessons we can learn, and I'm trying to think, what are we learning from Lowell? From Lowell. I'm trying to pronounce it right. I say Lowell, but it's actually Lowell. What I'm seeing is I think the success has been on this multi-pronged approach. It's leveraged its own identity, its fantastic historic heritage, the buildings that you have, and its unique identity. I think that's one of the big things. But this multi-pronged approach also involves in leveraging its intangible cultural heritage. The fact that it's a multicultural city, and it has been for the last 200 years, from when the Irish came over during the potato famine to later Cambodian people. And it's fantastic to see a Cambodian mayor. And I was really interested in the presentation to see someone called Erastus Mwangi. I used to live in Kenya. And it's fantastic to see these names, and what an incredible multicultural city. And this needs to be celebrated, and it is celebrated in Lowell. And I think at this time, particularly, multiculturalism works, and it's incredible success. But not only that, of course, you benefit from the proximity to Boston and relatively lower costs of land and living costs. But I think the diversity of the economy is incredible, moving from industrial to kind of service sectors, and then sort of reindustrializing with creative economies and SMEs and other things, and creating that city enabling environment. And, there are many places that people can go to set up their business, but the young people like cool cities, cool and vibrant cities with good public spaces, good public amenities, cycle routes, and places where they feel free and they feel that they can belong. So I think this kind of multi-pronged approach, looking at your tradition, looking at your culture, but also the diversifying the economies and creating public spaces that really work for everyone has been key. But I think there's another layer that's sort of deeper than this diversified and multi-pronged approach, which I believe is a values-driven approach. And I think it was clear when you presented the urban transformation vision that this is based on very important underlying principles and values that put people first, and making sure that the social and cultural equity and inclusion is really at the foundation of your strategy moving forward, alongside also environmental sustainability as well. So I sort of really commend a values-driven strategy that the city's adopted. And I think at the bottom of all of this, when you have a kind of on one level sort of multi-pronged approach, on the next level you have a values-driven approach. At the bottom of all of this then is leadership. And I'd like to sort of commend, these things don't happen by accident. This city could have just declined. And it doesn't happen by accident that a city of 100,000 or just over 100,000 people becomes the front runner of US. And I really commend the leadership here. First of the mayor, Daniel Rourke, but also the other elected officials and the people who are leading this city. And we're seeing lots of different types of leadership models at the moment. We're seeing sort of the re-emergence of the strongman leader. But what I sense here is more of a servant leader, a leader that serves the people, that the people and the community comes first and facilitates this. And I really commend the leadership that Honorable Mayor has taken in making Lowell the US first frontrunner city. So huge congratulations. And just the last point, what's important then is that the city doesn't become a sort of victim of its own success. So sometimes what we see is this sort of growth. The city becomes trendy, it becomes cool, it becomes a great place to live, and then starts to become more expensive and it becomes gentrified. So I really encourage you to sort of stay in this moment of being a creative, welcoming, affordable. Someone mentioned earlier about the affordable housing. UN Habitat will be very happy to work with you on keeping Lowell more affordable and looking at housing issues. And in return for that, we just also want to borrow your lessons learned and share it with other cities that can also experience the same trajectory as you have. So thank you very much, and wishing you a fantastic next couple of days in Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your encouraging words, with words of caution as well, that one shouldn't become so complacent so that, success becomes a reason for defeat in the long run. It's important to see that how they keep the vision forward. And important also to emphasize that we should think of value-driven approach, not just money-driven, focusing on social equality, and the whole question of environmental justice. And so now we have next on our list is Professor Carlos Moreno, who is a professor of Franco-Colombian urban planner, who has been instrumental in the concept of 15-minute city.
Could you just call if
Is Carlos, is Professor Moreno there? I saw him virtually online. I hope Professor Moreno.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks again. Thanks. Yeah, I will leave the word to you because you don't need much introduction. You're a global personality now with 15-minute cities in it. Here you are, Carlos.
Thank you so much, Krishna. Good morning, everyone. I am today in Mexico. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to share with you today a few thoughts on my city thought for, in particular, evoking in this first from rural conference my work. In the 10 minutes I am today in Mexico, it's early morning, and I'm going to a conference in a few minutes. In fact, I want to evoke the question of the resilience in cities. Sorry, this is not the good. I have a technical problem. Yeah. Okay, this is the good. Yeah. I want to evoke the question of proximity and resilience. In particular, how could it is possible to develop a new urban culture based on proximity, services, livability for offering better quality of life in cities. The 50-minute city concept is very popular worldwide now, but in reality, beyond the number of minutes, 15-minute city, the most important point is to open a new dialogue on urban model on cities and territories with the practices in a global scale. The last important point in this concept, the 50-minute city, is the number of minutes. We have today a lot of nicknames: 50-minute city, 10-minute city, 20-minute territory, 30-minute territory. In reality, we wanted to evoke how could we develop, create, promote worldwide a new paradigm for generating livability in front of our challenges in this 21st century. The first of challenges is the global temperature change. This is today a reality in all continents. In reality, if we wanted to consider the transformation of cities today, we need to work on this new narrative. The massive urbanization is totally related to this transformation, in particular when we have this amazing transformation of our cities during the last 7 centuries. Instead of to have cities for people, we have transformed our cities in a places essentially for cars. We have accepted to become the new modern centers, half human, half cars. The recent events around the world, in Valencia, the first city in Spain, with the catastrophe, in particular the Dana, when Valencia was totally flooded. This is in reality very current today worldwide. In Europe, in Latin America, in Asia, this is a reality. I want to underline the economical impact of climate change. Our colleagues, Johan Rickstrom and other colleagues of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, published in the scientific review Nature in April 2024 an impressive paper for evaluating the economic losses due to climate change. $38 trillion is the impact in the turnover each year. The usual business is reduced in 18% just without changing our economic model. In our cities today, we need to consider another lifestyle. Housing is not just a roof and four walls. Housing does not mean living in the city. During the 20th century, we have evoked the economical inequities in our society. Today, with our double injustice, the spatial injustice, where in particular the working class and the people with the low resources are constrained to live more and more far away of cities. This spatial injustice is related to the massive urban segregation. And we have provoked this second injustice, the temporal injustice. Lot of time only consumed for commuting, 2 hours, 3 hours, even 4 hours in Latin America, in Asia. This is the new social exclusions. Economical inequities in cities, spatial injustice, temporal injustice are today the new social vulnerability. When we have studied the digitalization map of a lot of different cities around the world, this is the classical results. At the center of the cities, the life is in blue. We have a lot of services in proximity, 5, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers. The life is turning in red. No more services, just one roof, four walls. We need to develop services in proximity for dignifying the urban and territorial life. We have developed, inspired by my colleague and friend Mohamed Yunus, Paul Krugman, this new economical geography for a sustainable proximity. Zero carbon, zero poverty, zero exclusion is the motto of the Professor Yunus. A new economical geography based on the nearshoring is the motto of the Professor Krugman. We have, in fact, reinvented this new economical geography based on a sustainable proximity for recovering the ancestral intelligence. This is the other AI, the old wisdom in cities and territories for recovering another lifestyles in this time of the massive urbanizations worldwide, in this time of uncertainty. The model of the different urban battles, Jane Jacobs said, the point of cities is to have a multiplicity of choices, anytime, anywhere, without having a car dependency. This is the sense of our commitment to develop a new urban and territorial framework for building a new relationship between the useful time and the urban space, for breaking out definitely the 20th century based on the massification of cars, for breaking out with the Le Corbusier paradigm, with the Athens Charter. Le Corbusier said the city that succeeds is the one that moves fast and furious. We need to change this signature of cities. We need to develop a polycentric city instead of this urban segregation, with develop a new lifestyle, work style. We need to transform instead of to have these sprawl cities, the constructivism. We need to implement this inclusivity based on the proximity concept for generating a massive social mixity, not only for reducing our carbon footprint, but for creating, on the one hand, more social interactions, and on the other hand, a new urban economic model, for developing a new local economy, local employment, short circuits, for using local raw materials. This is the sense of the new economical geography. At the same time, for generating our resources and for reviving the social links in our neighborhoods. We needed to transform our cities for generating more livable neighborhood, street by street, block by block, in the different areas. We have proposed this new social circularity in cities based on this human-oriented urbanism. We need to propose this new matrix, the high-quality societal life, to live, to work, to supply, to care, to live, to enjoy, the 6 essential needs for satisfying a real quality of life. The new indicators, 3 new indicators, my personal and familiar well-being, my sociability with my neighbor and my work colleagues, my sustainable indicator for tracking my CO2 footprint and the otherness in our cities. We are advocates for generating this new polycentric organization, for offering this possibility in order to transform our mobility in a more short, low carbon mobility, for having with this social circularity a real habitability in cities. The nickname is in fact the rainbow of the high quality societal life. Each one of social functions has a color. Our target is to combine in a local urban plan, in a mid and long term, the different social functions for offering in proximity a best accessibility. To combine 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the question is in fact to offer a new strategic local urban plan for offering the best conditions for mixing the different social functions in proximity for a low carbon accessibility of foot or by bike or by public transportation, and at the same time for offering a real social mixity. I evoked during the last World Urban Forum, 12th in Cairo, with the motto, all start at home, local solutions for a urban sustainable development. That proximity is today the best urban and territorial resilience. For that, I proposed this new word, proxilience, the mix between proximity and resilience. This is a way for reconciling sustainability, local economy, social inclusion, and quality of life. We are very proud to generate worldwide this global movement, supported by the most important international organizations focused on quality of life for cities. We have today in the 5 continents with the same vision, the common methodology with a lot of different implementation. The 15-minute city, the 30-minute territory, the X-minute city is not a doxa. This is a framework for considering our cities in order to transform radically our lifestyle, our work style, adapted to the particular context in each one of cities, the new and different economical, political, social, cultural, religious concept. This is success today, given that we have around the world today a lot of different implementation. We have created with UN Habitat, with UCLG, the oldest international organization of local governance, and my team at Sorbonne University in Paris, the Global Observatory of Sustainable Proximity. This is the new international organization for federating worldwide the different initiatives, the different projects, and at the same time for continuing to deep this concept, for developing benchmark, for developing as well the new call for proposals and for creating the new alliances and the new partnership. For finishing, I want to invite you to join us in Paris, 4th and 5th September, for the first international conference on sustainable urban proximities. The Global Observatory of Sustainable Proximities, UN Habitat, UCLG, my team at Sorbonne, hosted by Ms. Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, the amazing mayor that has embraced this concept in November 2019. We will welcome a lot of mayors, local governances, personalities worldwide for the first day, the 4th September, and the day after, 5th September, we will host at Sorbonne University a scientific conference for discussing on this concept, initiative, and transformation. Thank you so much, and have a good day in your first Frontrunner City Conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Moreno, for inviting us to the conference in Paris next month, and also introducing us to the concept of proxilience, combining proximity and resilience to overcome the possibility of cities becoming cities centers of social exclusion and segregation, leading to new kind of spatial apartheid. Thank you that we have to remember this, and our cities have to plan and adapt themselves to the new reality to have the city sort of special sort of social rainbow that you're advocating. Thanks once again. And we hope you can be with us for the rest of the sessions as well. We have 2 more speakers on this session. And the next one is Professor Kaveh Madani, who is the Professor Director of the Institute of Environment, Water and Health at the UN University, based in Canada. May I then request Professor Madani to say a few words indeed. Welcome you are.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Richmond Hill, Canada. It's a pleasure to be with you there, although remotely, and I apologize for not being able to make it and join you for this important, I would say, celebration. So allow me to congratulate you on behalf of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health and the United Nations University family for this recognition. And of course, I'm talking to those who are sitting who are running the city of Lowell, and also its residents for having leaders who think and understand, who think, I would say, about the future and understand the value of transformation and movement towards sustainability. This is, of course, a big achievement that would have not been possible with the Urban Economy Forum's also efforts on the other side, and support from our colleagues at UN Habitat and rest of the UN system. The reason that UNU is closely working with UAF in Canada is also the appreciation we have and the understanding that we have for the value of their work and leadership, not only in Canada and the United States, but also globally. And we are excited to see one more Frontrunner city being added to the Frontrunner cities, and of course it's coming from one of the most influential countries in the world. So Lowell, as of today, has a big responsibility to essentially a role to play and a big responsibility. And as we heard, even before this recognition, they were heading toward this direction, and it's very promising to hear that these efforts, these recognitions, of course, would help you maintain the momentum and even further energize you to play that leadership role globally. One other thing that is exciting for us at the United Nations University is the fact that Massachusetts, the state in general, is the host to some of the most important and influential leaders in the academic world and in science. And it is great to hear, although I don't have the details, it's great to hear about the potential partnerships with UMass and the university system to ensure that academia and policy work hand in hand to move things forward, to document, to provide evidence, and to pave the way for others to join their forces, move forward. So it is certainly inspiring to you, to the city residents, and to us on the other side of the border and the United Nations university system. And we look forward to presenting your case to the rest of the world and encouraging them to also follow and replicate. We believe in cities as living labs. We believe that cities are the ones that shape our behavior, shape our habits, shape our essentially even day-to-day decisions and lifestyle. And for that matter, when the leadership of cities understand the need for a change and transformation, we are assured that a lot of our solutions can become practical. In the policy world, we keep talking about solutions, but implementation always is a challenge. And one of the reasons is that, physically or politically, those decisions are not practical because they don't match the people's lifestyle or the design of the cities and places where we have a lot of inhabitants. And I think this is why cities can function as living labs and inspire us, energize us. We can start with small changes, but pave the way for the big changes. So at the end, I also want to again congratulate all those who have been involved, all the partners, congratulate UEF and its leadership, congratulate Mr. Reza Pourvaziri in particular, because he has been the bright mind behind a lot of these things. We only see the celebrations and the big events, but without leaders, these things would not emerge and happen. I am aware of the difficulties in planning this event, a lot of difficulties, but all of those they overcome these through collaboration with other partners. I also want to thank our delegation over there and the people from the UNU side, Dr. Ramchandani, Mr. Jafarzadeh, Jenna, and William, who also worked very hard to ensure that this event would be as successful as it is today. Congratulations to all of you, greetings, and best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kaveh Madani, for your kind words. We also thank you, very much, immensely grateful to you, University, for collaborating with us on the historic occasion, march towards the leading sustainable development that Lowell is trying to sort of let us pave the way for. So next we have is I would like to introduce Elizabeth Belpere, who is the president of the International Society of City and Regional Planners, called ISOCARP in short form. And he has over 25 years of global experience in architecture, urban planning, and governance. He also worked in a number of areas of post-conflict crisis-ridden areas where she has been managing programs and for Habitat and for organizations as well. And she has also been working closely with Urban Economy Forum in organizing several conferences. Here you are, Elizabeth. The word is yours. Thanks.
Thank you, Krishnan. So, Reza, Chair of UEF, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, and friends. It's a great honor to join you here today at the UN Palais des Nations for this important global announcement, and big congratulations to the Frontrunner City on Urban Transformation. So who are we? We are ISOCARP, or the International Society of City and Regional Planners. We have individual and institutional members of over 90 countries with a vision to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable through participatory and integrated urban and territorial planning. In our DNA is also our triple perspective. We believe we have to bring together planners from practice, policy, so civil servants, and theory or academics. So we are the global society representing planning professionals from all over the world to support cities and local authorities for place-based implementation of the SDGs and the new urban agenda. And as planners, we know very well that our urban areas, our cities and our regions are where the global aspirations meet with everyday realities. It's in our streets, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, in our cities and city regions that the SDGs are either achieved or not, left behind. We are also doctors because jointly we shape the environments that ultimately impact the health and the well-being of our societies, of our communities, of the environment and of the planet. We believe that local leadership, innovation and collaboration are keys to turn the ambition into action, and that place-based planning is a critical and increasingly transformative tool to do so across different sectors. And even more so in the current context of multiple crises and increasing uncertainties, inequities, and extremes. We value our partnership with the Urban Economy Forum highly. Together, we convened our joint 59th World Planning Congress. We are now 6 years old. Together with the 5th Urban Economy Forum in 2023 in Toronto, bringing planners, economists, finance into one conversation about climate action, finance and planning, and the future of our cities. Urban Economy Forum is also one of our institutional members, and we contribute through the steering committee with our Secretary General and support the global effort on urban SDGs. So today, the celebration and the recognition of Lowell as a front-runner city for the urban transformation is an achievement that sets a benchmark, and in fact, it's a start for other cities to be bold and to take action. And we really, in the current context, need to accelerate transformation that we can make in the world, and also demonstrate that transformation is possible and that we share knowledge with each other. So it's with great appreciation for the collaboration, also with the Urban Economy Forum that brought us here, and for the work accomplished. Congratulations again on the Frontrunner City. And I also wish to invite you to our next upcoming World Planning Congress, which is on cities and regions in action, planning pathways for resilience and quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for emphasizing the need for collaboration and partnership and how we have been working together. As you rightly said, institutions are institutions unless the people in the institutions work together. So that's why institutional collaboration means the people work together for a better city, better world, in what Carlos Moreno has also mentioned. So thanks again for your kind words. Then without, I see that the sort of clock is not always with us as we want it to be. And so we would rather than dive to the next speaker, who is sending us a message, video message. The president and CEO of Daniels Corporation is Mr. Mitchell Cohen, who is a community builder, is the vanguard of real estate development. He, as a president of Daniels Corporation, he has built residential commercial properties to bring people together and driving communities forward. Notable is the Regent Park revitalization project in Canada, in Toronto, that many of you must have heard of. And he's also been instrumental in setting up the World Urban Pavilion with the support of Canadian government as well. His business philosophy is a sort of life-changing of whole populations, has inspired real estate developers. So it's not just real estate developers in the visual context. He wants to have populations along with the real estate development to provide sustainable communities. Let us have the opportunity of watching his video message. Here we are, Mitchell Cohen's video.
Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this really important event. You know, Frontrunner cities are a phenomenal way for a municipality, for a city to speak loudly about who they are, about their goals, about how they can leverage, you know, a cross-sectoral approach within the city to demonstrate that cities can take the lead, must take the lead in satisfying social development goals, in particular, the urban goals of the SDGs. Our cities are the driver of the future. Our cities are the driver of the future of our planet. Can we get it right at the city level? We have to. The population of the entire world is migrating to cities. We have to figure out how to do it well. And the Frontrunner concept provides an opportunity, a threshold, a platform from which municipal bodies like Lowell, Massachusetts can say, this is what we can achieve if we're all rowing in the same direction, if we're all putting all of our resources together, putting them on the table, and most important of all, talking to each other. The levels of government in Massachusetts, whether it's state, whether it's federal, and then at the municipal level, talking to each other about resources that each can bring to the table. But then also, you know, the Frontrunner kind of moniker gives an opportunity for the municipality to reach out to the corporate sector, to the philanthropic sector, and the nonprofit sector and say, hey, let's all work together. Let's demonstrate how we can make Lowell or any other Frontrunner city or cities that will follow the example of Lowell. Let's all work together. Let's share resources. Let's share ideas. Let's pool our thinking so that we can demonstrate what can be achieved. I've had the blessing of being able to work in the community of Regent Park in downtown Toronto. Regent Park was a highly stigmatized inner city neighborhood, 69 acres in the heart of downtown Toronto. Excuse me. It was cut off from the rest of the city, cut off by design when it was built back in the 40s and 50s. And the community was deteriorated very badly over the decades in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. But the city of Toronto in 2003, 4, 5 decided it was time to do something about it. And that created the platform for an example that today is truly a global exemplar of what can be achieved when everybody is pulling together, when all sectors share a vision and put their oars in the water, bring their resources to the table to create magic. That's what's happened in Regent Park, and that's why the Urban Economy Forum, UN Habitat, and CMHC, that's Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, chose Regent Park in order to be the flagship, the place for a global knowledge exchange hub, a place from which best practices in sustainable urban development can be gathered, can be studied, and then shared and projected back around the world. There are so many things that have been learned from the Regent Park experience, but bottom line, it's very simple. Partnership and collaboration is a platform for innovation. Innovation is what is going to drive the future of how our cities can be healthy, can be resilient, and truly inclusive. I think that the thing about inclusion, people talk about inclusion all the time. It's on the tip of everybody's tongue. We have to build communities that are inclusive. But what does that mean? We have come to understand through our work over 20 years in Regent Park what that means. And it's a wide sort of definition that includes a number of different elements. Number one is that an inclusive community actually does have homes for everyone. So yes, there's market housing. Yes, there's rental housing. Yes, there's ownership housing by way of co-ops, by way of condominiums. But there is also affordable housing, affordable homes that are embedded in the community, that are integrated into market components of each of the buildings that are built. Integration of affordability within market buildings is really, really great social policy. And that's what we need to do. We need to find the ways to integrate affordable homes into market communities so that everyone feels welcome and at home in a building and in a community. Affordability then is one of the main pillars of inclusion. But also, secondly, accessibility. Can we build buildings in Lowell, Massachusetts, across all of the cities across America? And we've been trying to do that, and we've been doing it fairly successfully in Regent Park, where we build buildings that go beyond the building code. The building code, at least in Canada, is the lowest common denominator as it relates to accessibility. It does not truly create a home or an apartment building or common areas within an apartment building that my brother, who is confined to a wheelchair, could navigate. Building code does not cut it when it comes to accessibility. So what we've done, what we've chosen to do in Regent Park, and what Lowell may choose to do going forward, is to create a new standard. We've created our own standard, the accessibility design program, where we go well beyond the building code to ensure that my brother in his wheelchair, or your sister, or your aunt, or your mom or dad could actually be able to feel welcome and feel at home in the community they choose to live in. Accessibility is hugely important, but also beyond the accessibility in terms of physical space, it's welcoming into our communities people who have a lot of challenge finding a place where they can live. And these are communities of people with intellectual challenges, people with mobility challenges for sure, but also any other kind of disability. And we have found pathways by which we can do that, partnering with the not-for-profit sector, purpose designing suites or combination of suites where an agency can be taking care of and nurturing their clients, whether they're intellectually challenged, whether they have Parkinson's, whether they have any other kind of challenges in terms of living independently or semi-independently. That can be done if it's done thoughtfully, if it's done up front, if the vision for a new community really incorporates inclusion at its top level, affordability, accessibility, but also inclusion has to really focus as well on inclusive local economic opportunity. The idea is simple. Development is going to happen in a neighborhood, in a community, in a city like Lowell, Massachusetts. When that development happens, can the money that's going to be spent on that development be spent with true intention, with purpose? In other words, can budget lines within the capital budget really be designated to hit home in the local community to create jobs, but ideally not just a job, whether it's in construction, whether it's in design, whether it's in engineering, not just a job, but a career path. And that involves bringing again other sectors together, the post-secondary education sector. Post-secondary institutions can be critical to a front-runner city. Engage those institutions in Lowell, engage those institutions in other municipalities across the country, as we have done within Regent Park, engaging the University of Toronto, Toronto Metropolitan University, and George Brown College. They bring to the table so much value, so many new building blocks of how to create communities that are inclusive. And they're inclusive because if you're creating with intention jobs and career paths, pathways to post-secondary education, then you are providing opportunities for local residents to see a path forward, but not just see it, but grab hold of it. Having post-secondary institutions come into community and be on the ground is another hugely important part of what a front-runner city can do. And that's what we refer to as communiversity. You know, many people in communities, across North America, many people feel University is not for me. No one in my family has gone to university or even a community college. What we've tried to do, and we've done it successfully, bring the post-secondary institutions into and onto the ground in community. What that does is breaks down barriers. People see that it is possible to be able to have my son, my daughter, myself, go to a post-secondary institution and begin to chart a path towards finding a job, a career, and economic independence. All of these things fall under the umbrella of building complete communities, building inclusion, building communities in which truly everyone is welcome and everyone belongs. That's the goal of a frontrunner city. And I'm thrilled that Lowell is taking on that responsibility, that opportunity to really shine across North America to say, this is what we can do when we all do it together. Thank you.
That was indeed a very, very timely video and message linking up University to Proxilians, as well as how city should be a place for, where inability should not be part of disability. How to create ability for disability is something challenge that University and cities have to plan about. Thanks once again. I know that many of us are thinking about how much food for thought can we take when there is a need for food for the tummy as well. but that is not, you don't have to wait that long. But I think before we have that, I have the pleasure of saying that we'll be unveiling the Lowell Frontrunner City Initiative here. The design, it has been designed by Hani Rahie, and the unveiling will be done by Reza Purwaziri, Mayor Rourke, as well as City Manager of City of Lowell, Thomas Golden, and Kamran.
So good, Shepard.
And goals as well, please, yes. Yeah, so go. Unveiling. Hani is the designer here. Officially been unveiled. Now the journey starts. Okay, once again, let's break now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We'll come back here in about 10, 12 minutes maximum. Yeah, please. I think it is ready to eat food, actually. You don't have to cook. Can we all come back, please? We need to, yeah. Maybe it's time that we take our respective seats. And we lost his worship is here.
Yes, worship.
That's how we call it.
Yeah, yeah.
The rest of the world is different.
Yeah, but we know him.
And the next we will have a presentation by Thomas Golden, who was a city manager, and he of the city of Lowell, Massachusetts, and he was also unanimously selected councillor for on what was it 2022? No, yeah, 3 years ago, and he prioritized, as it has been mentioned by previous speakers, quality of life issues, which I think is quite key in this Frontrunner program. And he also served for 28 years in the State of Legislature Assembly, yeah, which I think is important. He brings in the political experience of the legislator to a local community, which I think is quite unique in this context. And we are very fortunate to have you. And you also been looking into healthcare, energy, public security, safety, chair of the House Committee bills, etc., etc. So Thomas, or Tom, as your
Doctor, he could never be elected as a city councilor.
No.
He would never get elected. You're a state rep. State councilor, he got no chance.
Oh,
you're a state rep from Worcester.
No, of course I know.
Councilor Robinson would have creamed him.
Of course, he has a university in the same place as the University of Massachusetts. He's from that, he's a graduate from there, and he has also distinguished, as academic, qualifications. And that community level, he has served as a past chair of the Merrimack Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau. Yeah, and he's a lifelong resident of this city of Lowell, and no other than you is fitted to say the few words that we have next after having unveiled the Lowell Frontrunner city. Here you are. I will close my microphone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Chairman, and all of our friends that are here today. And I also want to welcome all the Lowellians that are watching. I just received a word from the office. Mr. Mayor, my apologies, but everybody from the city, from City Hall is watching this go on right now. So, but as we were talking earlier, we're so proud and so excited. And I think I'm speaking for the administration and the entire council for what has just happened. The city of Lowell being named the first Frontrunner city officially, it's an exciting opportunity. But to all of our friends that are watching at home in the great city of Lowell or throughout the world, we want to let you know that our history is extremely proud. Our history is something you've heard about earlier, where we are truly resilient. We're hardworking. We're dedicated. We're extremely creative. And as was mentioned earlier, we're excited to be that living lab that everyone has discussed and everyone has talked about. We've also talked about how we want to continue to be, which is something that is second nature to us, welcoming to all. You may have heard earlier that our high school, our central high school, which is Lowell High, represents 70 countries. Think of that, 70 countries throughout our world. And I'd have to say that the city of Lowell, Massachusetts is indeed our world city. I would say all of ours. It's something that I'm extremely proud of. It's something that I know the mayor and the council is extremely proud of, that we are that welcoming city. And this didn't happen just last week. As the mayor had stated earlier, it's been what we're all about. It's been for the past 200 years. In 2026, we will be 200 years old, which when we're talking to friends of ours around the world, that is rather young. But for 200 years, we've been that welcoming city. This city council is led by the mayor, and this administration takes our cues, takes all of the information and moves forward on a day-to-day basis. So as a city manager, I know for a fact that we are committed to being transformational. We're committed to being bold. We're committed to being innovative. But on behalf of Mayor Rourke and the entire city council, I'd like to say thank you very much to our Secretary General, Mr. Chairman, and the entire organization. I'd like to say, please accept our appreciation with just a small token of our appreciation that proudly displays what Lowell is all about. Our vibrancy, our community, and a community that knows all about opportunity. So, Mr. Chairman, and we'd like to let everybody know that we were not going to bring all of them, but every single one of you will be getting something from Lowell, Massachusetts to hang proud.
Thank you very much. They say a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. Indeed, it explains it all, the Frontrunner city. Thanks again.
The great things is, we can see all citizens of Lowell, that we need to work with them directly. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks once again. All successes, you know, in any part of life or in organization, not just depend on funding or depend on the ability of individuals. There's one core principle that human beings, civilization always adopted, is this question of partnerships. So future depends on partnerships, so does the present. So unless partnerships are maintained, you know, as the African proverb goes, you know, if you run alone, you can run maybe fast, but run together, you can go further. So the idea is sort of, you know, walk further, not the question of walking fast to run further. So that means Frontrunner means not running alone, running together. That is where we need whole question of partnerships. Yeah. So we need not any kind of partnership. Partnership will have to be strategic and based on future. So next presenters will be speaking on strategic partnerships for urban futures. The first speaker is Yusuf Amdani, who is online. Mr. Amdani, he is the founder of what is called as the GK Global. He's the president of GK Global Foundation. It drives long-term change in bilingual education, healthcare, food security, and environmental sustainability. So, I mean, his work actually benefits the global south, namely in a place like Honduras, which has challenges as well as opportunities that are provided by the GK Foundation. And also in Pakistan, Mexico, as well as Bangladesh, etc. And at the heart of the work is the belief that everyone, regardless of where they are born, should have the opportunity to build a dignified and purposeful life. He's a firm believer that business should be built on values, as we have heard again, earlier today, not just metrics or money. That he continue champion this philosophy. May the lead word to Yusuf Amdani. Here you are, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Danielle, Mr. Tom Golden, the city manager, the honorable council members, our chairman, Mr. Raza, Mr. Krishnan, all the distinguished guests and speakers. I'm really honored to be here with UEF and the city of Lowell on this important milestone. Lowell has always been a city of firsts. It was America's first great industrial city, a place where innovation and community built prosperity together. Today, by becoming UEF's first frontrunner city for urban revitalization, Lowell has the chance to lead again. This time in showing how mid-sized cities can create future-ready, inclusive economies. When we talk about urban economies, we are not talking about jobs or just the buildings. We're talking about ecosystem, where infrastructure, entrepreneurship, education, culture, technology, all reinforces each other. Question is, how do we design investment frameworks that allow that ecosystem to thrive? I believe answer lies in partnership and alignment. We need blended capital, public, private, philanthropic, but we also need shared purpose. Investment must deliver not only financial returns, but also social returns, equity, resilience, and opportunity for every communities that make up Lowell's diverse identity. For the success of any city or a state, the civic leadership is most important. And I think bringing UEF's convening power and Lowell City's civic leadership and inviting global partners, definitely Lowell will thrive and become the first runner city, not only as a living lab, but also will be a model city, how that can be replicated in not just cities in America, but our cities around the world. That will be a true example where inclusive growth models can be tested, proven, and scaled. That's the opportunity before us. And I think that everybody who's gathered today and a lot of our colleagues and partners who are participating from away, putting all our efforts together, I think we will accomplish something which can be serve as a model for sustainable, resilient, and affordable economic system which works for everybody. And I'm very excited to be part of it, and I'm really honored that UEF has invited me to participate in this important milestone. And I look forward to working with each one of you in whatever experience we have, working over 35 years in the Central America, Mexico, and and other parts of the world in building circular economy-based, purpose-driven businesses, and have provided opportunities for more than 100,000 people across the region. And we will bring all our experience, which we have done in the last 3 decades. And I'm very honored to be part of this event and this new journey for UEF and Lowell together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf, for your kind words and the partnership that we've already built and we'll continue building in our journey. The next speaker is no other than my dear colleague, Kamran Espili, who is the Executive Director of Urban Economy Forum. He's an accomplished engineer with a master's degree in industrial engineering. And he specializes in designing executive business and development initiatives. With extensive academic knowledge and professional experience, that's what he has. He combines academic knowledge with the professional experience. He knows how to get far, especially when tires, for example. He has been sort of using the kind of transportation as a way of how do we move forward with his idea of doing that. And he's a professor also in the question of informatics, cybersecurity, which I think is fascinating in this age of AI and yeah, exactly. So he helps Urban Economy Forum in many ways in analyzing data, building partnerships, and getting our knowledge across the world. Here you are, Kamran, please.
Good afternoon. Distinguished delegated colleague from UN Lowell City's representative of government, investor, and friend. It's a privilege to speak today from the United Nations office in Geneva to make a historic milestone, the distinguish of Lowell City as the first front-runner city on urban transformation. This is not just an announcement. It is invitation to help shape the future of the city through both financial and institutional innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the investment framework for urban transformation, which Lowell will pioneer before being scaled globally. The framework is built on 5 key pillars: public-private partnership platform, uniting government, investors, and commitment to the co-design and implement impactful urban projects, blended finance and risk mitigation, making urban development attractive in investor through guarantee and smart financing models, thematic priority, targeting green and affordable housing, renewable energy, mobility, and digital infrastructure, community wealth and equity building, ensuring development generate jobs, entrepreneurship, and equitable access to service. Transparent government and compliance, upholding global standards like ESG, FATF, and IFRS to ensure accountability. This is not a theory. It's practical, scalable financial architect design to make city more resilient, inclusive, and investable. Let's be clear. Urban transformation is not charity. It is a strategic investment opportunity. By 2050, nearly 70% of the humanity will live in cities. The infrastructure, demand create, and multi-trillion dollars market. Yet too many investors hesitate to the perceived risk. This framework changed that by bounding projects into the bankable portfolios, de-risking them through blended finance, aligning with ESG and SDG models. Lowell will be proof of the concept, demonstrating green housing with the scalable income returns, renewable energy systems that cut costs and boost sustainability, a smart mobility and digital hub that simulate entrepreneurship. For investors, it impact with return. For city, it's growth with equity. Cities are more than building. They engine for the culture, economy, and our planet future. By naming Lowell the first runner city, we ignite a global movement calling city across all countries to join us. To everyone, government, investor, and partner, the message is simple. Urban transformation is possible. It is investable and begin today. Let's build city not just for survive, but to thrive with resilient equity and share prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, shared prosperity is prosperity for many. And as you know, I think it was in 1980 or something, UNESCO produced a book called Many Voices, One World. So which means that, it talks about how the information flow, in different countries, how actually we can create one world despite many voices. So actually, in a way, how many voices here can indeed contribute to the one goal of the Frontrunner city idea, starting with Lowell. And so there'll be a panel discussion now talking about urban transformation as an engine of inclusive growth. Panel themes are aligning urban revitalization with the global agenda, financing governance models for transformation, leveraging technology and innovation in historically industrial cities. The panel will be moderated by no other than Professor Dr. Rohit Ramchandani. He is the Innovation and Strategic Partnerships Officer of ENU. He is an accomplished researcher, educator, advisor, and an implementation scientist, as I understand. And you assume the leadership role in life-saving interventions like tuberculosis, malaria, and not the least HIV/AIDS, I'm sure, and the pandemic preparedness that we have actually experienced how it was in the past 5 years or so. So his work focuses on innovation, partnership building, and his research continues focusing on public health for private good in a way. And I leave the word to you. You'll be leading the next session. Here, Rohit, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, after a little bit of a break. Thank you for joining us for this high-level panel on urban transformation as an engine for inclusive growth. UNU INWE, the Institute for Water, Environment, and Health, was introduced a little bit earlier. Something that wasn't mentioned was that we're also sometimes referred to as the UN's dedicated think tank on water. And so the first half of our day, I think, brings to light the importance of water and having water at the table as well, right? And that is why, the importance of water is a critical area of focus for us also in urban transformation. One thing that my bio didn't mention was that I completed my master's in public health at the Boston University School of Public Health. And so it's extra special for me to be a part of recognizing Lowell, Massachusetts today as the first Frontrunner city in the United States. Strong connection there. Cities really are at the heart of our shared future. More than 55% of the world's population already lives in urban areas, driving over 80% of the world's GDP. And by 2050, nearly 70% of people worldwide will live in cities and urban centers. And as the world kind of grapples with this rapid urbanization, how do we ensure revitalization and the innovation taking place within cities benefits everyone? And that's something that we will talk about today. So our discussion will focus on three kind of interrelated themes critical to inclusive urban transformation, particularly for historic industrial cities like Lowell. Aligning urban revitalization with the global agenda, financing and governance models. We'll have a chance to discuss some of the things that Lowell is doing in that area, and then also leveraging technology and innovation in historic industrial cities. And so these are complex, cross-cutting issues. There's no single solution, and the answers often require systems thinking and lie really at the intersection of policy and finance and governance and citizen engagement. We're fortunate to have with us today a distinguished and diverse panel of leaders bringing perspectives from city governments, the UN system, regional and global development, as well as the private sector. Mayor Rourke will start by introducing some of the panel members from the city, with each saying a few words on these themes. And then I'll also introduce our other panel members and open the floor up to some conversation around these themes. So, Mayor Rourke.
Thank you very much. Great starts, thank you. So in preparing for this roundtable discussion, and what we had hoped to accomplish, and the Q&A going back and forth, us as a council spoke of the themes that are a part of this panel, and we wanted to get their feel. How do they feel about things? And what I'd like to do is just go around the room and just to get quickly their perspective, and tell the people, the UN, the folks watching worldwide, a little more about our city. And then what we'll do is we're going to pass it off to our DPD team of Giovanni and Camilo, and they'll go further into the three themes of the discussion. But first, if I could, I just want to start off with our Vice Mayor, it's Paul Ratayem. Paul is the Lowell City Councilor representing District 7, which includes the Acre. Paul is the chair of the City Council of Veterans and Housing Subcommittees, also a member of the Environmental, Flood Issues, Senior Center, Youth Services, and Zoning Subcommittees. And the Vice Mayor will say a few words. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, professors. It is quite an honor for me to be here. Beyond word can express how grateful we are as a city that is being recognized as a front-runner city. As you mentioned, sir, that the urbanization of the city, and Lowell, Massachusetts is an urban environment where we have multiple generation of immigrants from many countries, including the Irishmen sit next to you, sir. Yeah, so and then the latest immigrants who are coming to Lowell. For us as a city, as a chair of the housing subcommittee, I'm talking about trying to find ways to provide affordable housing in addition to just market rate, as Professor from Toronto was talking about this morning. And I mentioned my colleague, he spoke my language because he talking about inclusivity, he talking about affordability, he talking about think beyond what the zoning does. This way, we would not leave anyone behind, but include everyone as the city keep growing. And we love this opportunity to showcase and to be part of the Frontrunner city with the investment that Mr. Palais, Kamran, I would call him by Kamran, mentioned, the investment that will help expand and the affordable housing and inclusivity in our city. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Up next, we have John Dakota. John Dakota began his career in transportation, working with the Belmont Springs Water Company, ascending to regional supervisor, then regional vice president in charge of transportation for the eastern and central areas of Massachusetts, including his own city of Lowell. City Councilor John Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm French Canadian. I'm not Irish. As we began this journey, I guess we call it, and we were working on the SDGs and filling out our profile, I ventured to guess that goal number 4 was probably checked off first. And that is ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I know Councilor Mercier had brought it up earlier, but where else can you go to school from sending your child who is 4 years old to pre-K kindergarten and graduate with a master's at the University of Mass Lowell? It's pretty impressive. And we also have another college where you can get your associate's degree. That's Middlesex Community College. And that's a 2-year college that is free. It is free. And UMass Lowell, with having people like Chancellor Chen, who are making strides beyond our belief. She's an incredible woman. And what she has done at UMass Lowell and what they're going to be doing as part of the LINK program is beyond what we had expected. Looking at probably 500 more housing units. We are looking at creating $4 to $6 billion worth of extra revenue. Looking at $4 to $6 billion in just tax revenue. So UMass Lowell is a major player in making sure that the city of Lowell thrives. We need to be their partners. They want to be our partners. And it would be nice. We have a trolley system that is not utilized very well. We'd be able to take one of the sketches that we have, which is one of the first that you saw there, that was our LRTA bus depot, and having a trolley go right from there all the way to the LINK project. These are things that people would never have thought about, but they are going to happen. And it's very exciting as a young kid from Lowell, growing up, born there, bred there, to watch this happen. I'm very proud to be proud of it. And I thank you for your time.
Up next, we have current city councilor and former mayor, Rita Mercier. On January 7th, 2002, Rita Mercier became the third woman ever elected mayor of the city of Lowell. She has topped the ticket in elections 12 separate times. Rita currently works for the Middlesex Sheriff's Office Department since 2004 and sits on chairs and is part of multiple committees, not only for the city council, but citywide. City Councilor Rita Mercier.
Thank you very much. Again, I just want to reiterate how honored and proud I am to be here. And I'm very thankful for this partnership that we have. I can't explain enough how grateful I am. But I want to take you back to a little bit about what you're instilled as a youth. And my father always taught me, if you want to know anything, ask a senior citizen, because they've been there and back, and they won't steer you wrong. So I've always taken an interest in our seniors, and rightfully so. I also feel that, and I'm on the committee for the senior citizen ideas and concerns and issues. So I try to be the messenger to bring their message to City Hall. We're very rich in the city of Lowell, and that we have many ethnic diversity people. And I noticed one common thread about our immigrants that come to our city. They respect their elders so much, and it's so wonderful to know that. So I kind of initiate that, and my colleagues agree, we do that. But it's not just the seniors. We have so many programs starting at the youth all the way up. We have the Girls and Boys Club. We have Youth Build. We have UTech. We have every age group that you can think about. Now, it isn't likely that every family can go on vacation in the summer when school is out, or maybe they can go to the beach. A lot of children like myself, we didn't have a car, we couldn't do that. We have many innovative programs in the city at many different parks in your neighborhood. They offer you food, they offer you games and exercises, so that you're not a busy child is a child out of mischief. And so we put all these things together, and that's why our city is so special, because this is what we try to do. We don't leave any age group out. But of course, myself, I kind of favor the seniors because that's where I'm at right now. And we do a remarkable job for our seniors. So I'm very proud. And we are not special people. We are messengers. We go out through the city and we take your message and we bring it up to City Hall and we make a change for the better. And that's what I love about being 30 years in politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Next, we have Corey Robinson. Councilor Robinson represents District 2 Centerville. Councilor Robinson is also the first African-American city councilor to serve in Lowell. He's a public works employee and union vice president in the town of Tingsboro. Prior to his employment in Tingsboro, Corey served in the Department of Public Works for the city of Lowell and held the position of union president for 8 years. Councilor Robinson's organized labor activities have helped him acquire the skills necessary for advocating in local community. He prioritizes collaboration and achieving beneficial outcomes for all. City Councilor Corey Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I thank everybody in this room and those watching at home, everyone that most importantly, began this conversation, because none of us would be here today without the beginning of a conversation. Some of the things that I think helps Lowell and lends Lowell to be the perfect selection to partner with moving forward on this designation, I think is based on what we have been doing, but more importantly, why we've been doing what we've been doing as a city. I think that we understand, being such a mid-sized community with small landmass, that the driving force to all of this lies with your community. I think understanding the community enables the understanding of people's values. I think by understanding people's values, it guides planning and investment. I think this is only achieved through transparent communication and partnership, as was mentioned many times today. I also think this collaboration between both parties is going to be more than just a pilot program partnership. I think what this does is, as was mentioned earlier, we easily could have rolled over at one point in time as a former site of industrial revolution and became the dumping ground or byproduct of whatever the state's ideas and suggestions and initiatives were. I think we chose the opposite, to carve out an identity, stand up and say, we deserve better, our people deserve better, and we understand how to do that. I think by partnering with the World Organization and networking across borders and oceans and land masses, at the core of it all is about people's values and connection to your community. So what I really am excited about is not only is this going to provide our residents and others an example as a pilot program, it provides us and a pilot program like this pretty much a true sense of freedom. Freedom to be able to reject somebody else's thoughts and plans for you. This allows us the freedom to carve out what identity we want to provide for our people. And I think by working with everybody you see here and all the allies, there's no way there's a limit on this sky, because we have networks that are vast now, and you cannot do any of this alone. I think that we're able, when we're struggling with a challenge, we're able to lean in and look to an ally for information. And as I began speaking today, we can keep those conversations going. And I mean, the conversation started, got us to this point. I can only imagine where we end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Up next, we have City Councilor Kim Scott. Kim Scott was elected to her first term on the Lowell City Council in January 2022, after 2 terms as a former at-large member of the Lowell School Committee. Kim currently serves as the chair of the City Council's Finance and Education Partnership Subcommittees, as a member of the Economic Development, Nonprofit, Public Safety, and Rural Subcommittee. She represents South Lowell. City Councilor Kim Scott.
Thank you, and thank you all for having us here again. I would just like to say that in order for us to be an engine for growth, it's going to take public-private partnerships, which has been mentioned again quite a few times here. And the one thing that Lowell definitely has is strong partnerships with nonprofits and our education community. I would just, sorry about that, I had a few notes and I don't want to forget any of them. So yeah, so our nonprofits support new immigrants and refugees, and they expand access to healthcare across our community, which is very important for us. They create affordable housing and they open doors to education and the arts that we might not normally have access to. Just as important, they invest in our young people through youth programs and youth sports. We are a unique city because we have real strong collaborations and partnerships. The work that we do directly aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring healthy lives, ending poverty, providing quality education, reducing inequalities, and making cities inclusive and sustainable. Lowell is one of the most diverse cities in the United States, something that we're all very proud of as city councilors. And our nonprofits reflect that, and they work with us. They share with us, they show us how we can advance global goals and be a model city. And we look forward to what we can do to work with them and do more. Thank you.
And our last councilor to speak is Councilor Sakari Chow. Councilor Chow represents the Lower Highlands District in the city of Lowell. Sakari was the first Cambodian American mayor in the United States. He made history as not only the first mayor of color in the city of Lowell, but as the first Cambodian American mayor in our country. He has served multiple terms as a city councilor before then and currently. He has chaired numerous subcommittees over his years of service within the city of Lowell that goes well beyond just being a public servant. City Councilor Sakari Chow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everyone here got me at the unveiling of the picture there, the unveiling of the relationship and the agreement between the City of Lowell and the UEF. And going last right now, I just want to say ditto to all the councilors that mentioned before. I don't think I've been in a room with over 20 people physically present, and 10 other people spoke online, that we are all in agreement. We all understand that the challenges in the past, before us, and in the future, but we are all willing to take a risk to make it very successful. You know, if we don't do it, you know, so many speakers today hit so many points. I don't remember who said what, and I've learned a lot from everyone who spoke today. And it's very impressive that everyone have the same concept. Earlier, I talked about the multiculturalism, the many cultural activities, the festivals, the diversity in our city. And the governance in the city of Lowell reflects that. We have 8 districts, meaning 8 neighborhoods. And we have many representatives here represent each of those neighborhoods. We have so much more in common among the 8 different districts. We also have a little bit of differences, and that's why we come together, because we celebrate those differences. We celebrate the cultural history that we have. And one speaker earlier mentioned that, you know, to build a successful city, we need to have a complete development. To use his word verbatim, was that you have to build a complete communities to be successful. And to end on that, friend Cameron mentioned that it is a shared prosperity. So, you know, if you put all the concepts together, you know, we build a complete communities. If we're able to succeed in that, we will share in that prosperity together. We're going to have that equitable development throughout the entire city. And I look forward to seeing things come to fruition. I'm looking to see the physical structure. The development is going to come from shopping plaza to affordable housing to many different complexes, everything. This is a very, very exciting moment for everyone in here, very, very exciting for our city, the city of Lowell. I believe it's very, very exciting for the members and the leadership of the UEF and the you, and thank you all for putting your best foot forward and make this a very, very exciting day for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, and all councilors that are here and spoke. Before I introduce our DPD team, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the 4 councilors who could not make it, or they tried desperately to make it. They just had other issues that had come up in their schedules. But we have Councilor Eric Gitchia, Councilor Besna Noon, Councilor Wayne Janess, and Councilor Corey Belanger. And make sure we introduce everybody, Reza, because the City of Lowell, our council, our residents, our management team, we have been 100% all in since day one, since time coming back from the UEF 6 in Toronto last September, and coming to the council with the report of what the possibilities could be. We have attacked this with everything we have, all hands on deck. Camilo and Giovanni, which you'll hear from momentarily, have worked tirelessly, as you know, on these efforts. I think the email chain going back and forth has probably lit up a couple times here and there. But it just goes to show the involvement and the engagement that we have as a city to make us what we hope to be in the future with the help of the UEF and with the United Nations. So as far as the council side goes, I just wanted to wrap it up that way and thank all my colleagues that are here, but those that could not be here, they are just responsible for us being here and doing this agreement here today as well. So with that being said, I just want to introduce 2 of our DPD members that have worked tirelessly on the Frontrunner of the City program. We're going to start off with Giovanni Baez-Rose. She is our Assistant City Manager and current DPD Director. Giovanni was appointed Assistant City Manager and Director in October of 2022. Prior to that, she was a Deputy Director of Planning Development, and she joined DPD as a Neighborhood Planner in 2013, promoted to Design Planner in 2019, and was Director of Economic Development in 2021. And then last but certainly not least, get to Camilo here, so I don't say anything wrong. We have Camilo Espetia. Camilo is currently a Deputy Director of Planning and Development. He's an urban planner from Colombia with more than 2 decades of experience in both the public and private sectors across the United States and Latin America. He currently serves as the Deputy Director at the Department of Planning and Development for the City of Lowell. He is involved in initiatives such as urban revitalization, economic development, housing, zoning, transportation, urban infrastructure, open space, and environmental and social resilience. That's quite the resume, Reza, so he's going to stay with us. He's not going anywhere else. But with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to both Camilo and Giovanni. They will hit on the 3 themes of today's roundtable discussion and talk about what we hope to be in the future.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone here today in person and joining us virtually. It's an exciting opportunity as an urban planner to talk about Lowell becoming a front-runner city for urban transformation. There's nothing more exciting, frankly. Camilo and I have both been talking quite a lot about what this means for the city, what could this mean for the city. Very early on in the conversations, as we learned more about the Frontrunner program and the goals of the 17 SDGs established by the United Nations, it was very clear to us that the city of Lowell is committed to a lot of these concepts and has already been doing a lot of the work to make our community align with these goals. You know, as a planner, as you know, a department of the city of Lowell, we have the ability to pull residents together, talk to them about what their priorities are in the community, but ultimately, the creation of plans doesn't actually transform anything. And so, you know, planning work is incredibly helpful, is incredibly important, but must lead to implementation and you know, being able to make real transformation in the city requires support to make that happen. And so I think it's been made very clear today from through the mayor, the city manager, and all of the city councilors that are here, that we have that administrative support that can take plans from concept and nice, you know, graphic designs and things that sit on a shelf to actual implementation. And so we're really excited that we are able to show the world that Lowell is ready for this level of transformation. You know, thinking about the themes on urban revitalization and the global agenda, I think Lowell's trajectory over the last 200 years resemble the trajectory of communities across the globe. Places that, at various points in their history were economic powerhouses, very creative, places that were able to attract immigrant communities and frankly saw some decline. And instead of staring at each other in a room and not making decisions, Lowell has been a place where we have over time been able to bring very proactive thinkers together, people that are willing to try things out. I think that's one of the most exciting components to us about the concept of urban transformation, and Lowell being a place that can be a sort of living lab for urban thinking. We're willing to try things out. If they don't work, we'll take what we learned from that and try something else. And I think it's very clear with the support from this council and the administration that, we're a place that's willing to go for it, a place that's really willing to bring community together, talk about the things that we want, and try to make things work. I think one of the, there's no hesitancy. I think being willing to move forward without needing everything to be perfect means that Lowell is the right kind of community for this level of commitment and transformation. I think we have done a lot in the community to think about how we can make the improvements that we're making equitably, how we're putting our own money into projects. I think, it's public-private partnerships are really important, but the city of Lowell isn't only seeking resources from other places. We are taking our own capital funding with the support of this administration and investing in ourselves. And we do that regularly and often. And I think that really shows the level of commitment that we have to be party to this level of transformation in our city. I think we all recognize it's an incredibly exciting time for Lowell. To be here is an honor and a privilege that, not a lot of communities have. And so we are going into this with a lot of excitement, with a lot, I think, of positive forward momentum that our community has already built from the ground up. And I think that we're really excited. I'm certainly personally very excited to be able to show who Lowell is at a global stage, but also to learn from our global peer communities about what they're doing and how things are working in their communities and what we may be able to learn from them and bring back to Lowell. So it's an exciting time for us, and I'll hand it over to Camilo.
Thank you, Giovanni. I echo Giovanni's sentiment about us being extremely excited about being here, not only at the table, but being in the position of being called the Frontrunner city and being the first one in the United States. It hasn't been mentioned before, but we are the city of opportunity. And we're the city of opportunity because we have our strongest asset, which is our diversity. But it's not only our social diversity. We've talked about it already enough, and you've seen it in our political body representation, but it's also the representation of the community at large. But it's also the diversity in the types of economic development programs that we have that makes us a resilient city. The programs that we have to support small businesses, to invite and encourage large businesses, invite new entrepreneurship and retain and support the existing businesses. It's also the diversity in our typology of housing to make sure that we help our residents, a typology of housing that caters to the different household sizes and incomes, the diversity of environmental programs to deal with the environmental challenges that lay ahead, and in the way we are trying to make our city more walkable and implement different multimodal mobility in the city, the way we deal with the urban tree canopy, the way we deal with open spaces, and the way we deal with our water resources. And all this just makes us a very strong and resilient city. And we as city planners, as urbanists, we constantly look at the world and see what are those things that we could replicate in the city that have been done as transformative experiences for different cities. And what better stage than the United Nations and Geneva to talk about that, right? We have examples like Singapore with the Green Building Initiatives. We have examples from Ontario with Regent Park.
and Medellin, Colombia, which is where I was born and raised, and going from being the most dangerous city in the world in the 80s to being a beacon of transformation. And so our excitement lies in the fact that now we have the possibility of putting Lowell in the global map and making Lowell one of those cities that people will be able to use in the future as an example, as a beacon for urban transformation. And we know that we're going to make it, and we're very excited about that. So thank you so much.
I would like to just introduce our final three panelists for this session. First up is Eduardo Ortiz Jasso, Director of Ibero-America and Caribbean. Eduardo is an architect and urban planner from Mexico City with more than 30 years of experience in architecture, tourism, sustainable urban development, and territorial planning. He has worked in both the public and private sectors in several countries across Latin America and the Caribbean, and earned his architecture degree from the Nacional Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, where he received the Baz Prada Prize and holds a master's degree in sustainable urban management and design. With that, Eduardo, thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. It is a real honor to be here today with all of you. Regarding the topic, urban transformations as engine for inclusive growth, and with the question of how we can do that, my perspective for that is that urban transformation can drive inclusive growth by prioritizing three clear actions: accessible infrastructure, affordable housing, and public spaces that foster social integration. Designing cities with focus on equity, sustainability, and commitment participation create economic and social opportunities for all groups, reducing inequalities and promoting urban development that benefits diverse communities. Aligning urban revitalizations with the global agenda is crucial to ensure sustainability, equity, and resilience in cities. The United Nations 2030 agenda promotes goals such as emission reduction, social inclusion, and efficient resource management, ensuring that urban projects not only improve infrastructure, but also address global challenges. Inequality and uncontrolled urbanization, creating livable and just environments for future generations. The World Urban Forum 2020 in Abu Dhabi, one of the main conclusions, it was that 5 years ago we started the decade of the implementation. So I want to give my congratulations to Lowell, Mayor, and all your team, because you are in that way. You are implementing projects, you are prioritizing your citizens, your efforts, and be sure that we as AUF, we will support you in all this journey together. That's all. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. So our final two panelists are both fellow Canadians. First up is Mr. Mark Keeley, Chief Advocate and founder of K&A Inc., Senior Advisor at UEF. With over 30 years of experience in healthcare management, public policy development, and advocacy, Mark is a transformative leader. As the Chief Advocate and founder of K&A, a Canadian management consultancy with clients throughout Canada and globally, Mark and his team serve clients globally across various industries and sectors, specifically in energy, gaming, healthcare, and agriculture. Mark has a distinguished career, having served as an advisor to former Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable John Turner, for several years on Parliament Hill. He also served 10 years as a hospital administrator in the Greater Toronto Area, where he helped transform the Durham region in Canada's first system, now known as Lakeridge Health. He was later appointed as CEO of Canada's largest pharmacy organization. And with that, Mr. Mark Keeley.
Dr. Amchandani, I just want to thank you for perjuring yourself. Thank you very much for that introduction. And I am delighted to be here too. Permit me, because all of you talking at high level and everybody's aspirational, I want to get very focused here. This issue on Lowell is well beyond aspiration, Your Worship. You guys are in the implementation stage because we have said at the Urban Economy Forum that you are a front-runner community. So let's get, we don't need to say I am hearing words like ing, making, hoping. We're well past that. And I want to start my comments by just reflecting a little bit on the history about why I'm here. I'm here largely at the behest of Reza and was recruited really to join the UEF from my brother, Eduardo here, whom I've worked with in Mexico for years. Let me say this. I'm from Niagara Falls, Canada. Everybody in Canada knows where Niagara Falls is, and everybody knows that I am the de facto ambassador for the city of Niagara Falls. And the reason that's important for this is because the city of Niagara Falls has the distinction of having its junior A hockey team as the farm team for the Boston Bruins. So I grew up with an old man who said, you got to love Bobby Orr, you got to love Jerry Cheevers, you got to love Don Marcotte, you got to love the Boston Red Sox. So I grew up as a huge fan of your city, your region, I should say. Have been to Boston a gazillion times as a kid, compliments of my old man. But at the end of the day, the point of the exercise, I am Canadian. I live in Canada. I think it's important that we all know around this table that my government, because when Reza and Sam and Cameron said, you need to speak at this, I went and told my Prime Minister's office and my Minister of Industry, who loves this organization, that I'm here at this event and they want a report. Now, here's why this is important. And I think this, Your Worship, is something that you need to take back too. Canada punches way above its weight, and we know this as a country. And we know that the Urban Economy Forum has done something, and I have heard lots of aspirational talk, but really what you need to understand is the most effective and dynamic example of where urban development has shone is at Regent Park, compliments of the UEF. 12 years ago, you need to know, because all of you on council and those on council back home know and visited Regent Park. What Regent Park has done by virtue of that change that was talked about earlier on here today is that it transformed that part of the city of Toronto, where, as Mitch Cohen said, you have people in very high priced real estate and affordable housing living together. And what has it done? It's done exactly what we aspire to do in Lowell. Fundamentally change the way people think and live together in that part of the. We need to talk more about that. And you, Reza, need to take more of credit for the work that you've done. We're very, very shy in Canada. We say sorry a lot, and we shouldn't, because we're punching way above our weight. And I got to tell you, I'm listening to things like what Elizabeth talked about earlier on about aligned planning. And I think that makes a heck of a lot of sense. And that's something that I think we could take advantage of. And your constituents back home are looking at that for that. Two things that I'm really particularly proud about. One is about 7 years ago, I helped co-author a book called The Smart Village. And The Smart Village was on how we move on three particular areas. And the reason why I wrote that book was because, and I talked to Dr. Christian about this earlier on, is that my mentor and my very good friend was the former president of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam. He and he had this idea about PURA, which stands for providing urban amenities in rural areas. Alignment, like you talked about, Elizabeth, alignment. And so when we talked about alignment, he said, Keely, show your brains off about where this happens well. And it does happen in Canada. And we have two very smart villages in Canada, both up north in Canada, one in Cochrane, Ontario, and the other in Sioux Lookout. And I encourage anybody here to go and look at those smart villages. But what the common factor in our message was in that book was on governance. None of this can happen without people like you, Your Worship, and your council members, all of whom came to Toronto. I love this story, as Reza asked me, could you speak at the UEF 6, which I did. When I spoke at the UAF 6, there were a bunch of mayors from all over the world, and this guy comes up to me and goes, "Hey, Mac, you got a CAD?" I think that's beautiful. And that was his worship. And in Canada, we call mayors your worship. So get used to it, okay? And that was the start, because he said, we really think what you're doing at the UEF is important. And not only is it important, it's something we want. And so that started the conversation with Lowell. And you have shown just unbelievable leadership and governance in the prospect of doing what you're doing. As I said, you're well beyond aspiration. That's a great message, I think. I want to leave you with 2 points, and I think we need to challenge ourselves here. And I encourage those on the leadership team in Lowell, not you and your political buddies, your worship. I'm talking about Tommy Golden and his great staff who are here. And all of you back home in Lowell better pay attention to this, because you guys are now officially under the UEF platform as rock stars. This plan, this ability to have Lowell as a veritable frontrunner community in the United States is the first time that my government, who sponsors the UEF and the World Urban Pavilion, is saying, you know what? We are now outside of Canada. The first frontrunner community, as you know, Regent Park, and you've got Richmond Hill, which is a fantastic community as well. Others are aspiring to do this, but then you came along, which I think is something that we need to grasp, and really the enormity of it, because now Canada and the United States, and we know back in my country, because they're talking about this, boy, oh boy, do we have challenges with our neighbor to the south. Oh, it's an important issue. And it's not about saying, oh, we're going to wait. No, we're moving forward. And right now, my government said, congratulations to the UEF, congratulations to Lowell. But what has that done? What that's done is it's prompted my friends and my business. We have facilities in Arizona and in Pennsylvania and in Illinois. And mayors in those 3 states are calling me now saying, I'm hearing about this. We want to be like Lowell. Sorry, can't, because you didn't say, hey, Mac, you got a CAD. So, but as we go down that, and if we leave here today, with one immutable fact. These sustainable development goals are real and important. But you know what? They change. My business is healthcare, and everybody in my country knows Keely's got a big mouth when it comes to healthcare. And we do one thing very well in Canada. We develop clinical practice guidelines. You talked, Dr. Ramchandani, about the pandemic and healthcare. But for the SDGs in this world, sometimes not all of them work. And if not all of them work, we got to be smart around tables like this to say, how can we either amend them or expand them? And I think now you, Tommy Golden, you got an opportunity to show your brains off with your team about how we can reflect that in SDGs. So look, I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm excited about the prospect of implementing this. So I don't want to hear any more aspirational talk, Your Worship. Let's get to work.
Thank you very much, Mark. Our final panelist for this session is Douglas Reagan, Program Management Officer at UN Habitat and doctoral candidate at Carleton University. Douglas has worked on children and youth development for over 30 years. Across local, national, and international contexts. For the past 14 years, he has served as program manager at UN Habitat, leading the agency's global youth program. In this role, he has advanced initiatives globally, engaging thousands of young people, with a particular emphasis on those living in urban, marginalized contexts. And for context, this month is the UN's month for youth. And so his research and policy contributions are very important and include co-authoring and editing over 20 publications on urban youth issues, particularly on youth-led organizations. His scholarship and practice intersect around themes of urban informality, subjectivity and agency, bridging academic inquiry with applied program design. So with that, Douglas, you have the floor.
Right.
No, great. Well, thank you so much. It's a wonderful introduction, and I hope I can live up to it. Really, really difficult to follow such a dynamic presentation, but I'm not going to go into who I am and such, but I mean, the only thing the word that came to me after listening to all those city councilors, to the mayor, after listening all day is, wow. I mean, you guys really have knocked it out of the park. I've worked in UN Habitat now for 15 years. So UN Habitat is the UN agency charged with urban sustainability. We're not a very big agency, but we do a lot of work with cities. And when we hooked up with the Urban Economy Forum through the World Urban Pavilion, we set up a little shop inside that called SDG Cities, which is kind of the younger sister of the Frontrunner program. And we talked to 15 cities across, 20 cities across Canada. We also, as David Aubry had mentioned, we talked to over 150 cities globally. And one of the things that keeps coming back to me, and it's the ING, the aspirational, is that oftentimes you talk to cities and they're like, well, we really want to ... or we're reacting. We have this large community coming in. And so it's often aspirational. And what I hear from you guys is not aspirational. When I look at the thing for me is always, I ran an NGO for 15 years in Canada, and we used the concept of see it, feel it, touch it. I have to know, I have to see, which is what happened when we first started the World Urban Pavilion. I had to go to Regent Park. I couldn't just hear about it. I read lovely things about it. And the same with Lowell. I mean, nothing against you. I'm just like, okay, sounds amazing, sounds wonderful, but I need to meet the people. I need to hear and see. And what I hear and see is diversity. Like amazing. That's not an easy thing. As we know in this world right now, I mean, it's under full attack. So to be able to pull that off, to be able to bring everyone together and all the communities that you've represented, where the Cambodian community, African-American community, seniors and youth, and speak to it with such passion in a room here and say, this is what we're doing, is impressive. And you just full stop, impressive. So real diversity, I have to go to commitments to seniors and youth. I'm not the seniors guy, but I'm full the youth guy, but I'm full the seniors and youth, because I think we need to bring those together. Without that innovation and drive of young people with the knowledge and part of the seniors, I think that's one of the biggest in the bigger Western concept of what's broken, is that we don't have that anymore. We've broken the links between the seniors and young people. So that is super critical. You mentioned NGOs and partnerships. NGOs and partnerships are critical. And again, I heard that from yourself, but also by everybody about how that's a really important and critical part. And all of that comes in under governance, which if you tear it apart, don't make it big G, make it a small G governance, is trust, working together. And building trust in a city is really difficult. And this is one of the things that UN Habitat, as a United Nations agency, finds, is that we are supposed to be global and we're big and whatever. But the problem we have is when someone says, oh, you guys are in charge of cities, it's like, well, what aren't we in charge of? I mean, that's just huge. Everything, water, sanitation, housing, and every time you could pick any piece along the thread about what it means. So if you can make it all work, and it's almost poetry, you know and this is what I'm saying with you guys, you know when you got it. You know when you got it going. And this is where I feel you guys are at. You just feel it. And so that's amazing. Another word that was used often, you used, was allies. That's a very NGO term, by the way. You don't hear that at the UN. But allies means a completely different thing about war and whatever. But allies in the terms of cities and city level and the NGO level is critical, because allies often says that you take two groups that you might not think get together, LGBT, African American, so on and so on, whatever cultural groups, and you have to find an ally in that other group. If you can make that work, you got it going. And so I heard that a lot. I mean, we mentioned the SDGs. They're a lovely thing, and I mean, whoever designed the SDGs should win an award. They're pretty. 17. Now, only a bureaucrat could create 17 of something. I mean, so what, you can see yourself anywhere in an SDG, but what is really fun, and you'll find this, and it works for kids, and that's where I think it works, is it's very, colorful 17 blocks, and you can do everything with them. But really, they do speak to everything that we want. I mean, we all know of the multiple frameworks that we all undertake, and policy frameworks and stuff. But the SDGs are good. And I also find with the UN system is that policy wonks like to talk to policy wonks. So, you come up, you have your SDGs, we have our framework, and then you can start that conversation. So really great way. And it's actually really great in educational operations and such. I've used them a lot. I want to just mention 2 programs, again, under the amazing leadership of Reza and Krishnan and his whole team, that we put together. One was a program called Sister Neighborhoods, which is kind of like sister cities, but we saw Regent Park and we saw the dynamism which really drives what the urban economy forum is. You really, again, you need this basic come back to see it, feel it, touch it. You need to go there. And you go there and you say, look at, wow, this is poverty. And I tell you, when I went to, and I live in Nairobi and I work in the informal settlements, I mean, wow, when you talk poverty, you talk poverty. I mean, this is like, wow. But what we saw it was, okay, well, we're not gonna, there's city twinning, which is good, but then the neighborhoods, can we get that? And that's what we worked on a lot. We partnered Regent Park up with the program that I'm doing my PhD on in Mathari, which is an informal settlement in Nairobi. They work together, they share, and that's what I heard someone say about sharing. And sharing. And that's what I think Lowell what you have a great opportunity to do, is that you can share what you've done. It helps you sell it at home, but it also helps you really spread it. And that's what the Urban Economy Forum's about. The Urban Economy Forum's about bringing, and the World Urban Pavilion is about bringing everybody under the same tent. Let's share. And, let's take away the fact that you're poor, I'm poor, you're this, I'm that, and let's really share. And that's really what I think the pavilion does. I mentioned SDG Cities Canada, and again, this might be something to look at. I think we did a SDG Cities Canada report where we did a report of 20 different cities across Canada. I think these are really great things, like write about what you did, figure out, the methodology and so on. The Frontrunner is great for that. And we've had a lot. SDG Cities is kind of sunsetting for our agency a bit, but the concept really worked. I think financing to me oftentimes is, and this is the thematic of this whole session, I think finance to me comes down to trust and accountability, not necessarily money. Money is important, but people believe actually that you're going to spend it on the right place, that you're accountable to me and you're doing that. So I think when you're looking at blended finance mechanisms, and then you're under participatory governance frameworks and youth trust, social enterprises, community land trust, all those kind of fun things, you often find the word trust that embedded in that and in the concept. So I think financing is good. One thing I didn't hear as much, and I probably missed it, but one of the things that is super big, and especially for young people, is technology. Things are moving so quickly with AI and such that we really, as much as we want to embrace the immediate, we have to almost embrace the immediate every day. Like every day you wake up and you find ChatGPT 5 does what? I mean, like, it's amazing what's coming up daily on our feeds right now of video and whatever that's just coming out of nowhere. And it's a double-edged sword. It's a sword on one side that's like amazing if we can embrace it. And I think that's a great thing. But also it creates, people just don't believe anymore. Everything's fake. And the challenge of really trying to use technology to advance people's lived lives, their experiences, I think is really critical. Anyways, I mean, like I said from the beginning, and I'll circle back, wow, I think you've done a great work, people-centered, inclusive, anchored in what I'm going back to NGO terms, social justice and such, and social equity. I think that the strength is that Lowell is where it's happening. And I guess back to the ing part, like, it's not happening, it's not an aspirational, you're doing it, tell people about it, use the Urban Economy Forum to do that, the pavilion and so on. And for me, from the UN side, and the aspiration of the UN side and such, is what we call scalability, taking it and moving it forward and advancing it and such. And so I think the potential for what you have here is great, that we can help you do what you do better, because we can find all those other partners, through the Frontrunner program, and find all those partners, bring them together. And I think what you had mentioned about learning from one another and failing together and then rebuilding, I think is critical. And I think from that, we can really build a movement and continue that movement. So again, thank you so much. It's been quite amazing.
Thank you very much, Doug. So that takes us to the top of the hour. I have a number of discussion questions around governance, engagement models, innovative financing, youth engagement, the role of AI, which maybe we'll integrate into some of tomorrow's discussions and over dinner tonight. But thank you very much for all of your interventions today, and we look forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you. Our next session, for our next session, I'd like to reintroduce Eduardo, who will be moderating our session on scaling the Lowell model. So we'll talk a little bit about how we can take the best of what Lowell is doing to the world.
Thank you very much. As I said before, it is a real honor to be here today and be part of this historic event. For us, it's historic. Our topic is scaling the Lowell model. I like the presentation of Mayor Daniel and its title, From Industrial Heritage to Innovation Hub. I think it's very important that you have that vision. And as Reza said, we are starting a new revolution today with the commitment and leadership of Lowell. I'm going to introduce as our first panelist to Thomas Golden Jr., City Manager of the City of Lowell. As City Manager, Tom has prioritized quality of life issues in the city as well as economic development and public safety. Tom has also led the City Council's effort to implement social justice and equality measurements in the city government. Prior to taking office as City Manager, Tom served for 28 years in the state legislature as a state representative. Through his career as the State House, Tom served on various committees such as Financial Services, Revenue, Healthcare, Energy, Public Safety, Chair of the House Committee on Bills in the Third Reading, and Joint Chair of Telecommunications. Tom graduated as Massachusetts in '93. As a graduate of Lowell High School, Tom received the Lowell High School Distinguished Alumni Award in 2017. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction. To everybody here from the UN and the UEF, once again, I want to say thank you for what is happening. All of you have heard that Lowell has the will. We most certainly do. And one of our strongest pieces is the power of partnership that we've created. And just here alone, the power of partnership of friends throughout the world, legitimately around the world. But from our neighborhoods to the world stage. This council and this mayor is so dialed in, if you would, with what our neighbors want, what our neighborhoods want, what the 115,000 people throughout the city of Lowell deserve, quite frankly, and desire. They deserve it and they desire it, and they are willing to learn. And as you had heard earlier, we are indeed committed to getting the yes. We do want to be a role model for around the world. We're a role model to lead, a role model to make our world better. We need to prove to investors, as it was said earlier today, we spoke about things that are the ING. I think my dear friend Mark talked about trying to get someplace or getting someplace. But we need to let the investors and to everybody here that's watching this from around the world, that this organization, our company, our business, our city, if you would, will be cutting through the red tape.
And I think that's so vitally, vitally important. We want to make sure that we are welcoming to all of our friends throughout the world and leaning on them for advice and showing that concierge attitude, which quite frankly, we had started just 3 years ago with our investors, with our developers, where we can learn together, we can grow together, we can make mistakes together, but most importantly, solve them together. The investors throughout the world need to know that. We are here, the city of Lowell is here to be a proving ground. And Lowell needs to put its money where its mouth is. And with this mayor and this council, and with our partnership, the partnership that we have with our federal government, with our state government, and the leadership with the boots on the ground here in the city, that truly not will happen, can happen. It must happen. And that is where our strength comes from, is that power of partnership. Sure, there'll be issues, sure, there'll be problems, but we'll work through it together. Remember, as Theodore Roosevelt said, it's not the critic who counts. It's not the critic who counts. What I see here today are people that are actually in the arena, people that actually want to make this world a better world. And we are so, once again, Mr. Chairman, fortunate that you chose us as a front-runner city. And to talk about some of the financing and explain some of the financing, because we think you can replicate this around the world once people understand what our city finances and what our state finances and how we partner and merge with some of that money and that finance opportunity with the federal government. To explain more of that, I want to introduce our CFO and someone who has, we say bleed Lowell, somebody who is born and raised, somebody who has had the opportunity to leave us and go elsewhere, but he hasn't. He hasn't because he really, truly loves this city and he loves what he sees, because he sees exactly what we all see. A better Lowell, a better world tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, our CFO, Mr. Connor Bolton. Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, it's going to be very difficult to call you His Worship, but I'll do what I can. Honorable members of the City Council, UEF, my UEF colleagues, friends, it's an honor to be here, a genuine honor in this historic city with all of you today to talk a little bit about the city of Lowell. We've heard about the who and we've heard about the why, but it's my honor to talk a little bit about the how. First, none of this would be possible without the incredible partnerships in the city of Lowell. You've heard from the City Council, you've heard from my colleagues in planning and development about those partnerships and how critical they are to the success of the city. Those partnerships are more. The partnerships are between the residents and the elected officials, the neighborhood groups, the council, and the administration is critical. It's the strongest partnership that I've seen in my time with the city. The partnership between the city and the university. The entire city ecosystem between the city, the nonprofits or the NGOs as you all call them, the private sector in the city, and the state and the federal government. They're all critical to the success of the city's finances and how we can get these projects moving, how we can get these projects, whether they're private development or public infrastructure development, how we can get them moving. And again, it's an honor to brag a little bit here with you all today about what we've been able to do in the city of Lowell.
That's so un-American.
I'm an American through and through. As I said, Lowell's success in achieving its sustainable development goals is creditable to these partnerships. These partnerships extend to business and finance. You'll see in the slide presentation a number of the things we've accomplished. The model used to finance these sustainability initiatives is like Lowell itself. It's a patchwork quilt of funding sources put together from available local resources such as tax-exempt municipal general obligation bonds, federal grants, like allocations like the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, or its predecessor, the American Recovery Act, ERA, in 2009, It's successful through partnerships with state financing agencies that are available to us in Massachusetts, our partners at the state level, the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, a state agency that provides low-interest loans to communities for water and sewer infrastructure projects. In a gateway city, that's a term we use for municipalities in Massachusetts that are in revitalization. They have certain socioeconomic makeup. We don't have the tax resources that some of our wealthier communities in Massachusetts have, that some of the other communities throughout the country have. These financing opportunities are critical to us. The Massachusetts Clean Water Trust is one of them that's allowed us at low interest loans to make critical infrastructure improvements to our water system, to bring clean water to our residents, to our sewer system. We have a combined sewer system. We were developed in the 1800s. We have spent a lot of money to separate that sewer system over time to make improvements to our regional wastewater facility. Those low interest loans from the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust have been how we've been able to do it. Public-private partnerships. Those are another element of the quilt. Those are used by Lowell to achieve our energy sustainability goals and work towards energy independence and climate resiliency. Two examples of those, as there are many, and there are many more beyond what's shown on the list, are in 2012, the city partnered with a company called Amoresco to make energy conservation improvements using power purchasing agreements for solar installations at municipal facilities like the wastewater treatment plant, the Lowell Memorial Auditorium, and various school building improvements. We've installed solar through these programs. We've helped save money, but we've also helped our clean energy goals. Municipal aggregation was another initiative through the Planning and Development Department. We had to petition the DPU. We had to do a lot of work to get there, but there's nothing that Lowell likes more than a challenge. And so we did it. We've saved the residents of Lowell $8.8 million over time by aggregating their energy together. And in the energy conservation measures that I mentioned, the solar installations, the improvements, $21 million in savings for the city that helps the city budget, but it also helps achieve our energy goals. Other financing avenues and opportunities, we've taken advantage of federal financing opportunities, qualified energy conservation bonds to finance energy improvement projects. Again, I mentioned the American Rescue Plan Act, some of the financing, the grants that were provided to Lowell and all communities throughout the country to recover from the COVID pandemic. We used, not all from ARPA, but we used ARPA to supplement some of our own general obligation bonds to finance a storage tank project on Douglas Road in our Belvedere neighborhood, a $14.3 million engineering solution to sanitary sewer overflow. In many parts of the city, we have an issue where it rains. There is a surcharge that comes up into the streets, sometimes in people's homes. This was a solution to that problem by building a tank. And we were only able to finance that through this creative financing plan and scheme that the city has been able to drive. One of the things that came up earlier was the involvement of the community. And this is an element of partnerships. In the last several years, and this city council has put forward an initiative for participatory budgeting. We've involved the community in the budgeting process. This was at the will of the council, and now through time and in the future, we have further to go. We're involving the community more in the budgeting process and how those resources are allocated. We've talked a lot about affordable housing at this meeting today, and it's important to partner with the private sector, but also to put forward initiatives in the public sector to advance those affordable housing goals. One of the things that personally I'm most proud of at my time with the city, but the council was critical in achieving this, was the establishment of the Lowell Affordable Housing Trust. This was a first of its kind in Lowell. We used the state statute to establish a financing arm of the city to advance affordable housing initiatives. It's still in its infancy. We've created a board of trustees. We seeded that that trust with $3.3 million in investment from the American Recovery Act, ARPA. And we're looking to sustainable revenue sources in the future to keep that going, to finance affordable housing development in the city, and to make improvements in the quality of life for Lowellians. We've established targeted economic recovery zones using tax incentive tools and all of the tools available to us in our tool belt. These are things like tax increment financing deals. We're looking to other state financing opportunities like district increment financing and other state programs to work with developers where financing may not make sense to them, but if we're able to help them with these state programs, sometimes that makes the difference to advance these development goals. And these are in line with the City of Lowell's master plan. But back to partnerships. A lot of these things are available. These financing opportunities are available to us because of the strong partnerships that exist in the City of Lowell. Partnerships in the private sector with our Chamber of Commerce. Partnerships with the Lowell Development Financial Corporation, which was established in the 1970s. It was in and around one of Lowell's previous revitalizations that came as part and parcel of the national park that really helped catapult Lowell the last time. We also look to state and federal resources as part of our partnership model. One of the things that was talked about earlier today, the gentleman from the Daniels Corporation, and this really jogged my memory, was about accessibility. And I think that's something that Lowell's done right. And I hope to talk just a little bit about how Lowell has been a leader in financing accessibility for our residents with disabilities. And those are disabilities of all kinds: physical disabilities, disabilities for residents with autism or other kinds of disabilities. We have a very active, strong disability commission in the city. We established a revolving fund for the disability commission. And so using, again, I apologize to my colleagues here, but I'm going to get into the weeds a little bit, so please bear with me. Using violations of handicap parking in the parking fund. So, when people park in a handicap parking spot and don't have the placard, a portion of that revenue goes into the Disability Commission revolving fund. The Disability Commission, which is an advisory body in the city, uses that funding to advance their own disability initiatives. And those have been used for things like the AAC boards. Those are communication boards and playgrounds for kids with autism. We've used that for accessible voting booths, for other types of accessibility initiatives. And perhaps most important, and this is an initiative by the city manager, the city council, we've allocated 5% of our annual capital. So every time we authorize a new loan order for capital improvements each year, 5% of that goes towards accessibility improvements. And those projects have made a real difference. Those are projects like accessibility improvements in the City Hall bathroom. Those are improvements like wheelchair ramps and improvements to our physical infrastructure throughout the city, sidewalks, buildings, etc. And those have made a real difference in the lives of our community with disabilities. And we're proud of that. Personally, one of the early achievements that I'm proud of, because my kids went to school here, was the development of an accessible playground at the Pine Arts School. This was something that was financed through general obligation bonds from the city. But this is just a sample of all of the real initiatives that have happened, but it's only been possible for the support of the city council and the mayor, the support of the city manager, and those partnerships with our neighborhoods and the neighborhood groups. And that's the long and short of it. But in closing, it's been a real honor, again, to be here with all of you today. And in thinking of a way to close my remarks, I remembered an old proverb, and I don't know who to attribute it to, but you may be familiar. If you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, he will eat for life. And that is what we're hoping to accomplish here in the replicability of what we're doing in Lowell to teach other communities. We want to learn from the communities. We want to teach them what we are doing so that they can do it there, so that we can advance Massachusetts, we can advance the Northeast in a regional way, we can advance the country, and we can have a global impact through these initiatives. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's an honor. And I'm proud of what Lowell has been able to accomplish, but I'm more proud of what we have left to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Connor. It is a great honor for me to introduce my colleague, Dr. Eduardo López Moreno, who with his remote participation. Dr. Eduardo López Moreno has more than 35 years of academic and professional experience in housing and urban development policies, institutional analysis, index creation and global monitoring, urban poverty and inequality issues. Dr. López Moreno was appointed in 2022 as co-director of the World Urban Pavilion in Toronto, Canada, UN Habitat and the private sector. The same year, he was nominated as co-chair on the Urban Economy Forum, also based in Canada. Dr. López Moreno worked for more than 26 years for the United Nations Human Settlements Program, based in Nairobi, Kenya. He retired from that organization in 2022 at the level of Director of Research and Innovation, a position he held for nearly 12 years. Between 2019 and 2022, he was temporarily the UN Habitat representative for Mexico and Cuba. Dr. López Moreno was the agency representative at the United Nations headquarters in New York between 2015 and 2017, in charge of negotiating the urban targets of the Sustainable Development Goals as part of the work of the Interagency Expert Group. And between 2000 and 2002, he was director of the World Urban Observatory and in charge of the State of the World Cities Office at the UN Habitat headquarters, and a lot of work in Africa. His curriculum is very extensive. So, dear Eduardo, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. And let me tell you that if I'm not there physically, this project is very dear, very close to us. I have been involved since the beginning. I wish I could be there. Geneva is the beating heart of multilateralism, of diplomacy, of knowledge. It's much more than a host. It's a symbol. It's a place where institutions, nations, communities come together to create new partnerships, to forge global alliances, and very important in our case, to develop transformative projects. Under this umbrella of United Nations, we want to present to the world the possibility of creating a common ground on a transformative aspiration that becomes action. Lowell opened the door to an initiative where we can carry a global model. The launch of Lowell in Geneva is not an accident. It's for us a conscious act of linking local ingenuity with international reach. It's the possibility of materializing our belief that local knowledge, when it's nurtured in a place of global convening, can become a world transformation. At the heart of today's launch, there is a simple galvanizing conviction. The Frontrunner initiative of Lowell is based on knowledge at the service of development. Not knowledge for a report, for a book, which is nothing wrong with that, but it is knowledge that becomes a living engine that translates innovation into solutions and deploys what is important at the level, with enterprises, with people, all those that deserve an opportunity in a city that is going to be transformed. We know that when knowledge moves, development accelerates. We know that when knowledge serves, development includes. The pavilion is a bridge and a catalyst for this. It's the power of convening development partners. You, institutions, national, local government, finance, philanthropy, university, think tanks, private sector, innovators, financial partners, and of course, community leaders, all together in a coalition with a main purpose, to deliver. But convening is not merely bringing people together. It's much more than that. It's aligning incentives, reconciling timelines, creating the necessary trust that can make investments both possible and durable. It's altogether creating a shared momentum of transformation. Our distinctive capacity to articulate knowledge on one hand, innovation and solutions give us the possibility of making a rigorous and creative debate, the possibility to translate data into design, into research, into pilots, and these pilots allow to become a concrete project of finance of possibilities. With Lowell, we are pairing technical expertise with a form of modern storytelling, one that uses systems thinking to design this thinking into engineering, into empathy, into possibilities. We all know that creativity is not a luxury in development. It is a method. When we compose the movement from ideas to implementation, the pathway from inspiration to impact becomes for all of us navigable for all. We have a common principle, the principle that Lowell has embodied. Prosperity is not an accident. It requires leadership. The mayor, Daniel Rourke, the city manager, Tom Golden, the city councils, and all the people of the city refuse to confuse urgent needs with importance. We believe in human ingenuity, one that translates constraints into invitation for change. But for that, we need creativity in resources, in financial, in natural, in social, and in cultural. We need to value and multiply that with what we have. For that purpose, we believe in a progress that is practical and that creates hope for all. The Lowell model, anchored in applied research, community partnership, and measurable results, is ready to scale globally. This is why we are in Geneva. And we welcome your enthusiasm, your participation. And for us, a fundamental element is the connection to the academic chair of UMass, of the University of Massachusetts. We believe that with this chair, we can create the keystone for a learning network, for generating new evidence to prove that we are changing things, to prove that we are creating social, environmental, economic impacts in what we do. We are creating a new generation of urban transformers, and we are assuring that the insights born in this place can be adapted with fidelity, with creativity in many other places. We are turning a playbook into a pilot, into a platform, local ingenuity and knowledge into global capability. Let me tell you, colleagues that are hearing me, Lowell, for all of those that have been involved, is a project that inspire and that transform in different venues, district levels that will retrofit emissions, circular economy corridors. Waste becomes an important input for local development, housing and mobility solutions, affordability, safety, dignity first, the possibility to use public infrastructure and digital infrastructure to expand access, and the possibility of the riverfronts that can reclaim climate resilience and public life. Each one of these projects are going to be together a story of powerful enough to invite new partners to this table of transformation. What we are doing, colleagues, is a living legacy in the making. A legacy is not only what we leave behind, it's what we are building together. Many, many years ago, Lowell, as it has been explained in this day, has happened the first revolution, powered by industry. Today, we are having a second revolution, in which we are all of us proudly associated in inclusion, in sustainability, in shared prosperity. The first revolution organized machines. The second is organizing imagination. is multiplying production in multiple possibilities, especially for all those that for different reasons are at the margins of growth. We all know that urban transformation is neither a miracle nor a mystery. It requires discipline, sequence, learning, co-creation, investment. It requires the courage that can be contagious enough to prove that it's feasible. The world doesn't follow only spreadsheets. It follows narratives that are possible, that are proven, stories with the capacity to change things. This is what we are embarking. Cities, law, and others will not only adapt to the future, we will together alter this new future. The Frontrunner initiative is an invitation of a new instrument of knowledge at the service of development, as I said at the beginning. A project that inspires and transforms, a living legacy of a making, a second revolution that all of us, we are proud to be together shoulder by shoulder. Let me conclude by saying to the mayor, to the team, to my colleagues in the Urban Economy Forum, the World Urban Pavilion, and all the guests, with your willingness, with your creativity, with your participation, we will put law at the service of the people and the planet. Together, we will build a prosperity that will not be an accident. It's a future that is worthy, and it is a hope that is entrusted to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Eduardo. Your words are always inspiring. As a final comment from my side, the main challenge in scaling the Lowell model globally is to adapt its revitalization principles centered on public-private collaboration and cultural preservation to diverse local contexts, overcoming barriers such as regulatory differences and financial constraints. As Michael Cohen said to Lowell, create your own code. And I would like to add, focus in make it work with our support, and it will be replicated globally for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo, for your kind summary and leading the session. So journey must continue, as you say. And we are almost about to conclude the first day here. And the closing will not be concluded or finished without remarks and reflections from the chair of the Urban Economy Forum and the mayor of City of Lowell, Reza Purvasiri and Mayor Rourke, respectively. May I then request Mayor to conclude with your reflections of the day and for the way forward as well.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. It's been, again, like repeat many times, an honor to be here. And you know, who knew asking Mark for a card would get us here this afternoon. But you know, we talk about the partnerships that the city of Lowell has made over the years. We have tremendous partners within the city. But I think the partnership that we made here over the past 11 months with the UEF, the United Nations, the Pavilion, is going to take Lowell into the next 100 years. You know, we cannot be more honored and fortunate to be in a situation. Myself and the councilors, all of which have supported this idea since its inception. We have seen the vision. We have leaders all throughout our council. You know, when this council went to the way we vote our representatives, they're all here today. Councilor Mercer being the exception because she's always been here, but these are people that came to the council with ideas, with thoughts, with goals, and have worked tirelessly over the past 2 terms and going forward in other terms to make Lowell what it's going to be because of the Frontrunner city status, including everybody, access for everybody, bringing everybody up to the same level. You know, that's what we're all about. That's what we want to be. Then we go on to our administration. I think, anybody that has watched here this afternoon or this morning back home realizes the A, dedication, B, the talent, and through the leadership of what we have here in the city of Lowell. To hear from the manager, to hear from Giovanni and Camilo and to Connor, we share the same vision as members of the council, as members of the administration. If we weren't on the same team, we would not be here today. And that's something that, speaking to Mr. Moreno in the past, both in Toronto and when we came to Lowell, he talked to us about how important it is to all be on the same page, to all have the same goals going forward. We could not be more proud to be the first in the United States to be a Frontrunner city. Everybody that's in this room here, whether it be members of the UEF, members of the administration, or members of the council, are going to be here for the foreseeable future. And that's very lucky for us as a city, very lucky for our residents going forward. And just to kind of wrap things up, we now know where our next 20, 30, 40, 50 years is going to be. And that is, again, including of everyone within our city. We want to be a city where people come to work, to live, and to play, and to raise a family. We've been on that track for a period of time now, but with this here that's happening today and in the future, we are going to be the envy of many other cities countrywide. So once again, I thank everybody here for the importance of not only the moment, but also of the future as well. So, Doctor, thank you very much.
Thanks indeed. Thanks again. Thank you so much for this partnership. May I request
just a way to seal the deal. If market changes alliance from the Buffalo Bills to the New England Patriots, I think that would do it. Mark, what do you say?
Game over. Thank you. May I then request Mr. Reza Pourvaziri to provide his concluding remarks and the next step forward by signing the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful day here in United Nations, Geneva, to announce global initiative we called first Frontrunner in the United States regarding urban transformation. I learned a lot from all of you, and I believe this is a sensitive momentum that we are dealing with kind of global stakeholders regarding creating a cohesion, try to bring as much as possible and create our army of sustainable development. And we need everyone. Of course, we need inspiration, we need encouragement, we need advocacy, and it's really important. This day is about this, but I believe we need, in parallel, clear urban data. We need kind of focus about our profile, our academic component. We need thinking how we are able to create a kind of a priority list. We should involve different components and try to, as much as possible, bring different institutions, financial institution, different stakeholders together, because it's really big. This is really gigantic interaction with the entire world. And I think we need to continue with kind of announcement and meetings globally. It's really important to engage because we need to tell our story, how we want to create partnership based on goals number 17, public partnership, bring different partners. But at the same time, we need to deep diving about the situation and think about the context. What is in context? What is the context needed and how we are able to work? Definitely, we need to bring academic institution to the table. Soon we will have kind of roundtable at the World Urban Pavilion regarding the project. We have a specific project that our colleagues in Lowell will present probably mid-September. We will have that workshop. We will try to bring our global partners from different universities, from institutions. At the same time, we will have a kind of announcement again with the financial partners to see how they are able to participate in this. But we need to interpret accurately this concept to the language of finance. They need trust. They need to understand what is the subject. And I'm sure we are thinking and talking in the different language. We need to have interpretation and try to make trust for them. They need to trust and they need to understand what is the concept. I think it's not easy. This is for citizens of Lowell. This is for our audience. It's not easy. We are doing a great job, but it's a hard job. But I'm sure based on such a beautiful starting, we will have kind of soon cutting ribbon regarding the project, the world-class revitalization project, similar to Regent Park. But we need to learn from Regent Park. I explained we will have another project globally. We need to learn from those. We need ISOCARP, other international organization to help us. And this door is open to everyone. UN University help us. UN Habitat as part of this program, UNEP as well support us, and we are working with other UN agency, with World Bank, IMF, others. This is kind of benchmark for starting kind of a movement for changing and learning and trying to provide a role model for the globe. We need to believe. This belief is starting here. And we need to advocate and we need to talk about that. But I believe it's really important to talk based on language of data. We need data. How we are able to create transparent conversation with a clear urban data, urban economy profile, urban finance methodology. This is how we are able to create trust. I'm sure we start strongly, we continue strongly, and we will do it together.
Thank you, Reza and Dr. If I could, I just want to recognize a couple of other people that are here today. First of all, thank Karen and his beautiful family for being here for the past 5-6 hours and helping out whatever they can. Getting to him a little bit over the past number of months. You're a very lucky guy, and I just want to thank them as well. Where's Councilor Mercer's daughter Kelly? She's down there somewhere as well. She just left. I'm gonna give her credit for being here the whole time. But we also have, and much better. The manager's wife is here, and we're much better. She's talked instead of Tom. But for Joan, Donna, thank you very much for being here. And last but not least, the person you saw on her feet all afternoon long, taking pictures and organizing things. We have our executive assistant to the city of Lowell, Melissa DeRoches. Melissa, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the signing?
Yeah, we should read the statement.
Yeah, we'll read the statement and to be signed.
We need a strong voice.
Can I ask the council to come stand behind us? Yeah, sure. Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Please.
No.
The official statement of the City of Lowell, Massachusetts, United States of America, and the Urban Economy Forum dated August 25th, 2025. On the 25th of August at the United Nations, Geneva, we are honored to announce the designation of the City of Lowell as the first United States frontrunner of urban transformation under the United Nations Global Initiative. With its distinguished legacy as the birthplace of America's Industrial Revolution, Lowell now opens a new chapter as a frontrunner of sustainability, inclusive, and resilient urban development. This announcement marks the beginning of a global series of designations, demonstrating our seriousness and unwavering commitment to advancing real urban transformation. It also highlights the leadership of the Urban Economy Forum and championing cities as engines of prosperity, equity, and climate action. Lowell stands as a model of inspiration for cities worldwide. Jim?
Be signed now.
Should sign 3 copies.
Yeah.
Ben? Yeah, 3 copies.
I got that.
And put 1 copy for United Nations.
I think it's more than a neck.
I think we have LY Kamran. There's LY or Weiss.
Yeah.
Bring the LY as well.
All right. Even the letter of intent also will be signed.
Join us, please.
Join us. Some practical information. We are meeting tomorrow at the place called Chemin des Amiens. It's at Châtelaine. So I think we'll be taking our transport. We're meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please don't forget to meet up earlier at the foyer of the hotel. Another thing is that please take your used glasses and bottles, everything onto the trolley there, so that the room is more or less clean. So please take your glasses and empty bottles back to the trolley, please. Thank you for the day.